Sean Georges. I'm the Associate Director for Operations, and I'll be the moderator. We're not going to do too much dilly-dallying, so right now I'm going to call up our director, Jennifer O'Neill, to say a few words and officially kick off our conference. Director.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you. It's great to be in person for the most part, for all the presenters again. And I know we have a number of people on Teams. I want to say, firstly, good morning to Governor Bryan. Unfortunately, Lieutenant Governor Roach is... Unfortunately, Lieutenant Governor Roach is unable to be here today. But we do have in the room with us, I think we have Senator Joseph, correct? Yes. Good morning, Senator Joseph. I think Senator Joseph is the only senator in the room, but we do have some others online. I know Senate Vice President Novell Francis is on, so I want to say good morning to you as well. This year, I want to officially also recognize in the room representatives from the St. Thomas, St. John, and Chamber of Commerce, John Woods, and the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce, Akil St. John. Nice to have you both here today. I really appreciate it. I think this is the first revenue estimating conference, at least that I have hosted, that we've had representation from both chambers of commerce. So today I really want to say thank you for coming and participating in this. I also want to acknowledge another one of the principals, Dr. Davies from University of the Virgin Islands. We haven't had Dr. Davies in a minute, so we welcome you today. Thank you very much. And we will get started. We changed the format up a little bit this year, and we're going to kick it off with the economic outlook from the Bureau of Economic Research. Allison Degazan, PhD, you're up.
As Dr. Degazan comes through, we want to go over the ground rules real quick. This is 5-minute presentations along with 5-minute question and answer. We will address any questions outside of the 5-minute if they send it to us via email or through the Zoom, and we will have the appropriate agency respond quickly as possible. We do have our fellows, who are our GVI fellows who are in the house. They are monitoring the stream. Let's give them a round of applause. They will be joining us. They will be monitoring the streams, bringing any questions to any of the presenters so we can provide a quick response. We also have one more point for Director O'Neill, and then we'll bring in Director Degazan.
My apologies. I actually want the governor to kick this off. So my apologies, Governor. Please give us a few words to kick us off today.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Senator. Good morning. I'm in a good mood today. The fire EMS passed last night after like 15 years of work. It's a really good thing. So today, the Revenue Estimating Conference is one of my favorite things to do in government. One, because it gives us a sneak preview of what's to come, and it gives us an opportunity to do even better than what we see in here today. For the first time in the Virgin Islands, I think every single year, and I always thank God because I'm blessed for this. I was just telling, back in the room I was having a conversation about 8 years serving under Governor DeYoung and how bad the times were. It was really bad. It was like events are closed. We had to lay off people. We had the 8% cut. The light bill was 53 cents a kilowatt hour. It was a global recession. It was horrible. Really rough time. Called me so much I didn't want to be governor anymore after that. And I had a chance to rest and reconsider. So now as governor, when I see the tremendous amount of opportunity before me, I have the ability to, and most anybody who comes before me, I say, we could do that, and we could do that, and we could do that. And then they called Jennifer, and she said, no, we can do that. But no, we have so much possibility The problem is that we're running out of people to make those possibilities happen. So today, when you look at these projects and these opportunities, we got to figure out not only how to get them done, but even how to surpass our goals and how to bring and encourage people along, like our fellows, to help them to do this. So we have money is not the problem. The problem is having the people to effectuate and execute the work. The problem is having our minds in a way to work that there is no property and procurement, there's no OMB, there's no finance, there's only the GVI, there's no WAPA or waste management. One, two. Okay. There's no separation. We're all one big orchestra. And my job is to get it to play beautiful music. And that music is an opportunity not only for the seniors we serve and the people who are working every day, but all these people in our community that depend on us to feel safe in their homes, to get medical care, to get benefits like food stamps and WIC, to be able to access Medicaid, get their business licenses done, get their car license. That depends on us and how good a job we do. So I want you to look today as an opportunity that's left to be seized. Thank you, and have a great conference.
Thank you, Governor Bryan. And with that, we're going to call up Director Degazon, PhD.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Allison Degazan, Director of the Bureau of Economic Research, and I am here to bring you the economic outlook for the first 3 quarters for 2022. You can move on to the next slide. Okay, so right off the bat, we're going to begin with the GDP, the gross domestic product. Earlier this month, working closely with the Bureau of Economic Research, the Bureau of Economic Analysis released GDP estimates for 2020 and updated the GDP for 2019. Last year, we reported that the 2019 GDP grew 2.2%. However, the updated GDP showed an increase of actually 2.8%. The most recent figures, the 2020 GDP estimate, showed a decline of 2.2%. This is actually welcomed news, and to put this into perspective, the US overall had a GDP decrease of 3.5%. Guam and our other sister islands decreased their GDP of about between 10 to 12% in the wake of the COVID, etc. But the United States Virgin Islands outperformed the mainland and its sister territories as it pertains to the gross domestic product. This administration's policies and the management of the COVID pandemic steadied the territory to ensure as little GDP declination as possible. I'm going to quickly move on to U.S. visitor, the USVI visitor arrivals. So if we look at this chart here, we'll see that the Department of Tourism has been working. We can go to the next one. The Department of Tourism has been working diligently to get back to the 2015, 2016 levels, where things were really escalating. Overall, we continue to see an increase in travel to the islands, and with the further relaxation of the COVID restrictions, we can expect a strong resurgence of tourism. Based on the first quarter 2022 numbers, they seem to be on track to exceed what happened in 2019. And to help you understand the significance of the increase, just last night, after we were preparing, we compared the first quarters of several years. So for 2016 quarter one, we had 170,000. In 2020, we had 148,000. In 2021, let me repeat that. In 2016 quarter one, we had 170,000. 2020, 148,000. And 2021 was 200,000. And for 2022, we have surpassed them all at 388,000. Air arrivals by district. At the end of FY 2021, we saw a rebound in air travel from FY 2020, and we continue to see this rebound into FY 22. These numbers reflect just the first quarter of the fiscal year, and it's already just about equal to the entire numbers for FY 2020. Cruise passenger arrivals. Okay. Understandably, FY 2021 showed a dramatic decrease in cruise arrivals. Since most of the fiscal year, we saw 0 ships. The first quarter of FY 2020, however, is already near half of what the entirety of 2020 was. And once again, we expect this number to continue rising. Major carriers. Direct carrier seats are growing and had sudden drop in April 2020 due to the flights from the pandemic. But in 2022, direct flights are already above the previous 3 years for the first 3 months. Hotel guest registration. Hotel guest registration declined in FY 2020 as a result of the pandemic, but has shown strong growth in FY 2021. And growth has continued for fiscal year 2022. Hotel revenues are up 75%. Our team huddled to discuss hotel revenue taxes concerns due to unreported Airbnb data. As I mentioned in Senate hearings and in various forums, this remains an opportunity for legislation to collect data and revenue. Building permits. Private residential building increased. The influx of SBA funding, the administration's decision to release years' worth of back income taxes to taxpayers, and various stimulus payments were the major contributors to this incline. As we see government projects increase and road construction continue throughout the territory, we can expect to see a more significant increase. Real estate. The real estate values increased at the highest levels for calendar year 2020. This quarter shows we are doing very well. As we analyzed the data and questioned our real estate leaders, we're still reporting that the overall housing inventory is low, thereby driving up housing costs across the territory. Let me go back to the housing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's average cost per
Yes,
unit.
so I know my time, but I want to just say really quickly, St. John has overall the highest cost per unit at this time. Usually St. Croix would be third, but right now St. Croix is higher than St. Thomas as it comes to the cost of home. And it's the only reason we have been able to research and confirm is because the inventory is low. Inflation. Inflation is a new buzzword that we're hearing in the news, right? So and it's the most well-known indicator to monitor the consumer price index, which measures the percentage change in the price of a basket of goods. Oh, you have to switch. It's not switching? You got it? Okay. Can I continue? Let me wait till it comes up. Jennifer, don't hold this against my time. Okay, but let me just talk about the inflation a bit. So the most well-known indicator of inflation is the consumer price index, which measures the percentage change in the price of basket of goods and services. that we purchase. We use the CPI to track pricing for everyday expenses, and the pace of the inflation has been increasing in 2020 and 2021. As we see, this is happening nationally. The causes of the inflation: increase in food, energy, gasoline, rent, housing appliances. In 2022, right now, based on the past 3 months, we're seeing that there's going to be a tapering off. It's going to drop down to about 7%, where currently it's at 7.6%. So far, we expect that in 2022, energy and rent will be the drivers for the inflation. And the global impact of the Ukraine war continues to play a global role. So to conclude, the unemployment rate has fallen to 7.9% in December 2021, the lowest since March 2020. Visitor arrivals have rebounded, construction permits and home values and government revenues have all risen, and economic growth is forecasted to improve. A strong U.S. outlook for consumer spending, wage and salary growth, and near-term employment growth support our expectation of a positive USVI GDP, employment, visitor arrivals, and government revenue through 2023. Since managing the pandemic and other macroeconomic shocks, we are very optimistic about the economy and are reporting a substantial improvement for 2022 and 2023. Thank you. Any questions?
Do we have any questions for Director Digazon?
You didn't do any projections in terms of what you expect to see. I mean, you said it's definitely going to be positive, but has there been any thought to the Marriott coming online, the refinery opening, and what the impact of those, if any, is going to be on our economy? So
the main inventory that we have as far as the GDP for the refinery with crude oil, et cetera, as far as a private sector, we're always going to keep our eye on there. But we can't speculate. We can mention that we're optimistic, and we hope that things go quickly, but we're watching what's going on with the EPA, et cetera, before we make any type of report like that. As it reports to the hotels, I mentioned earlier that the Airbnb data remains our issue. We watch the hotels, but we're quickly seeing that the Airbnb have been really causing a decline in hotel revenue because we're not able to report as much information for Airbnb since we don't have that data.
But the function of the one thing that is recordable is the hotel room tax, and you could use that to kind of extrapolate what the Airbnb contribution in terms of average room on each island.
So that's why we're able to concretely say that hotel revenues were up 75%. So we made that clear. But I wanted to make sure I mentioned as well, and I mentioned it earlier, that this is an opportunity to create legislation to ensure the Airbnb data is accessible. So remember, they're not reporting. So based on legislation and the opportunity to get the data, and it will definitely increase our revenues. So that's an opportunity for data and an opportunity for revenue.
So when the Airbnb reports separately their hotel room tax to IRB, right, Director Lee, they give a check, right? So we would know what that check is. That check, 15%, is 15% of the total amount of revenue on that, divided by average daily rate, should be able to tell us what the impact, like how many rooms we have, and well, they won't tell you rooms, so they'll tell you room days. But it is hard.
The inventory, correct, right. Correct. But overall, what we need to take away is that hotel revenues are up 75%. We expect further incline, and we do expect even more revenues if we're able to capture that Airbnb data. Thank you very much. Sure.
We have a question from
Sure.
Senator.
Senator?
Sound check. Wonderful. Pleasant good morning. I wanted to inquire about your methodology and approach in collecting the data, specifically relative to on-island overnight stay. You alluded to we are having some challenges relative to collecting the data for the Airbnb. What is your methodology and approach for collecting the data for the hotel stay to show that it's going up? How do you approach data collection?
Thank you so much for the question. So we addressed this in one of the Senate hearings, and I believe you were in that hearing as well, but I wasn't able to give as much detail, so I'll be able to do it now. So all of the hotels are supposed to send their information into us, and we take that information and create reports, and we present it to you. One of the legislation that we submitted to the legislature was to mandate that they send this information and to kind of take away from the self-reporting. The self-reporting creates an opportunity for gaps in data. So with the system that we are researching technology to make it streamlined, to take away the self-reporting, but in the interim, we are taking the reports that we get from them, doing the analysis and submitting the data to the public.
Okay, so there's a gap. And the reason why I asked this is because many decades ago, I used to be an enumerator for the Bureau of Economic Research when I was in college, and we did exit survey at the airports, at every port, checking and seeing how our visitors were staying, what their sense of our stay was. So I don't know if it can be an infusion, and that's why I asked about the methodology and approach in the data collection. Nothing beats hands-on, eye contact, on the ground to collect data. Thank you so much.
No problem. And just let me end right here. It's always going to be better if we can streamline it at check-in and check-out versus interviews at the hotel. So that's why we're working on the systems and the capabilities to capture it electronically. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director De Gazon. We have one more question, Director O'Neill. Okay.
No, not a question. Just wanted to recognize the presence of Senator DeGraff's office and Senator Vialli on the Zoom.
Thank you, Director. We'll be moving into disaster recovery. We have the Director here, Adrienne Williams-Acklin. The floor is yours.
Okay. All right, good morning, everyone, Governor, and all the senators, and all the listening and viewing audience. It is with great hope and optimism that I present the projections for recovery projects and the impact to our economy. Next slide. As you are aware, the Office of Disaster Recovery's job is very simply, we're going to get the funds, we're going to spend those funds, and of course we're going to spend those funds correctly because we want to keep every single dollar into the territory. And for to date, when we look at our projected amount of $8 billion in federal funding that's coming into the territory, to give you a snapshot of where we are today, we have several different funding sources. There's the FEMA, Public Assistance, and the Hazard Mitigation Grant Funds. Now the FEMA Public Assistance Funds make up for the lion's share of the funding that's coming into the territory, and right now it's at $5.3 billion. But with the recent decision to replace the wastewater lines on St. Croix and the potential to do so on St. Thomas and St. John, we're projecting that those funds can get up to $8 billion as we move forward in the recovery. But for right now, we have $5 billion that's anticipated, and 3.8 of that has been allocated. And when we say allocated, that means it's set aside for the territory. And of that, 3.8 billion has been obligated. Obligated means we have access to those funds. And of those funds, 2.3 billion has been expended. And the additional funding sources include the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, HUD's fund through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority at $1.9 billion, and the Department of Transportation through the Federal Highway Emergency Relief Program, and a number of other federal agencies that have provided funds to help with the recovery. So the overall snapshot is, of course, of allocation. We expect right now to get $8 billion. Of that, 80% of that $8 billion has been set aside for the territory. Of that amount, we have access to 65%, or $5.2 billion, and we've spent 33% of those funds at $2.6 billion. Now, in looking at our revenues and the projections based on the number of projects that we have across about 1,500 projects that we have slated, we made several assumptions. Of course, we're going to collect tax revenues from the projects in the form of gross receipts taxes, and FY 2023 and FY 24 budgeted projections are based on projects that are already in progress and those that are obligated, and we gave the definition before of obligated. That means we have access to those funds that will actually get started, and how much funds we'll be able to generate from those projects as they get started in the different phases of the project. You know, we go through the design phase, and then we garner revenues from the architects and the engineers for the design portion of the project, and of course, then the construction projects. So over 200 projects are expected to be either in design or in construction between FY 23 and FY 24. And of course, revenues also come to the territory from licenses, permits, fees, the housing spend, and just all the automatic infusion of activity within the economy. All right, so we're looking at where we are right now. What is the basis for the projections that we've made? And last year, for our F1 2022, we projected that we would have spend of $7.4 million in actual revenues from our projects. And we projected 4.1 million, and the actuals are now at 7.4 million. We projected 65,946 just from the hazard mitigation projects, Cdbg, as well as FHWA. So we're up actually over 34% of what we had projected for FY22, and we expect that trajectory to keep moving. So in looking at where our projections are for this year, we expect spending of over, for FY 2023, with all of the projects that we have, $917,883,231 in actual revenues. For FY 2023, $981,228,000 for 263 for FY 2024. As you listen to the rest of the revenue estimating conference today, all of the other agencies that will talk about their spending and their projects has been rolled up into these numbers, and we at the Office of Disaster Recovery ensure that the projects move forward and that any issues that we have to keep these projections online is in the focus. And next slide, where are these projects coming from? We're looking at the Word and Power Authority with the Randolph-Harley new generation projects. We're continuing the undergrounding for across the territory. We're looking at composite pole installations. We're looking at the start of a number of our big projects. Our schools, the Arthur Richards Junior High School as well, where the design will be completed and construction will be started there. We're also looking at the demolition for the Charlotte Amalie High School and our hospitals. We expect obligations from FEMA this year for Charlotte Kimmelman on St. Thomas, of Myra Keaton on St. Croix, and as well of the Wang F. Louis Hospital on St. Croix as well. So what that means is that when we start these larger projects, you'll see the number of projects go down into FY 2024. However, it's being replaced by larger projects that will be generating significant more revenue into the territory. We're tracking all of these major projects as well as the smaller ones that include several road projects across the territory, and also larger projects, again, hospitals, schools, and a lot of our government buildings that will now be in construction and moving forward to completion. These are our projections, and we are right now on pace to keep moving forward with an upward trajectory. And also, you can always keep up with our projects and the listing on our website at usviodr.com. And also, if you have additional questions after this regarding any particular project, you can also inbox us at info@usviodr.com. Thank you. Any questions?
Once again, we have a question from Senator Joseph here.
Thank you kindly. Now, I wanted to ask you, Director Williams-Octolin, I know you mentioned gross receipt taxes and some of the revenues that we will derive from a lot of these projects. Have we also done any calculations or projections relative to income taxes? Because that's also a big revenue generating aspect for our government.
Right. So for this purposes of this presentation, this is actually just the first line generation of the GRT from the actual project.
Understood.
But Director Lee can probably add some more insight to that.
Oh, I can wait patiently for his presentation,
Okay.
so I'm sure he's going to hit on it.
Yes,
Thank you
so
kindly.
you're absolutely correct. There's actually second tier spending that's not included in these projections.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. With that, with no other questions, we'll move right into our infrastructure projects. We have Commissioner Derek Gabriel of Department of Public Works. Commissioner. I'll keep it going for you, okay?
Awesome. So you're going to click, okay, perfect. Good morning, everybody. Presenting with me today is also our program manager for the Office of Highway Engineering, Mr. Jomo McLean. Also in the back, I do have my Deputy Commissioner of Administration, Mr. Ruben Jennings, joining us today. And we are here to present on infrastructure projects, particularly those led by the Department of Public Works. Next slide. So this slide represents our projects funded by our federal highway allocation, our regular annual allocation. So most of you see some pretty high-profile projects that we've been talking about, particularly Clifton Hill and Melvin Evans. We're expecting those. Those are still on track to start in April, and the majority of that spend will come in fiscal year, I should say about half of that spend will come in fiscal year 23, with the rest coming in 24 and maybe a little bit trailing off in 25 as we close out those projects. Rappoon Hill, I know that one kind of stands out because the expected start date is going to be in fiscal year 23. So of course, most of that spend is going to come in 24 and trailing in 25. Next. So here we have our projects led by our projects funded by the Garvey bonds, Mahogany Road and Spring Gut. These projects have already started to contribute to the economy as the design is complete. We're expecting major construction to begin in fiscal year 23, and of course, with it trailing, continuing in 24 and on and closing out into 25. Say that again, sorry. So for Mahogany Road, that's the one you're talking about. So we're expecting that one, we're really expecting it to begin in July of 22. It may have some delays pushing it a little bit back, but the majority of that spend is going to come in 23 and then trailing in 24 and 25. Spring Gut, definitely is going to be a major contributor in 24, as you can see, with the projected end date being December of 24.
So why is Mahogany Road going to take so long? Is that more than just paving the road?
So we're including sidewalks, of course, drainage improvements, but the biggest thing with this, the biggest impediment to it starting has been the acquisition process. There's a tremendous amount of acquisitions that we have to make, and Spring Gut is even more complicated on the acquisition side.
For the people watching, they don't know what you mean by acquisition.
Yeah, so to construct the road, we have to make several acquisitions along the way, asking people for some property, getting property, but also getting temporary easements to also store some of the equipment. And of course, that represents direct dollars directly into the hands of the residents, which is really a big economic contributor as well. Anything else we want to add here? We're good? Okay. So our next slide.
Spring Gut, the Gallows Bay project that we doing now, that's part of the Spring Gut project, right? Or
That's a separate project.
okay, but that's going to continue down into Jomo McLean for people who don't know. That's going to continue all the way down to the water and around, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So Governor, members of the legislature, we are truly proud of what we've been able to do with Act 8454. This, for those of you that don't know, gave us approximately $20 million to spend on infrastructure and marine projects over the next 14 months. To date, we've been able to complete approximately $11.6 million worth of projects across the territory, with a spend going out to contractors to date of approximately $8.1 million. So again, this represents a direct infusion to our economy, also the trickle-down effect of getting contractors back to work after protracted delays after COVID. Next. Oh, I think it also is important to note there, sorry, just before we go on, we do expect most of this money to be spent this fiscal year, with First Avenue and Hall Bay trailing into 23. Those are probably going to be the last projects that we complete with this. So those will be finishing up and closing out in fiscal year 23.
So the Hall Bay Road repairs, aren't those finished though? Those aren't finished. There's more Hall Bay Road repair to be done?
Yeah, we still have to, we encountered an issue when we were doing the construction, so we have a retaining wall to construct. And then we'll finish
That's
that
federal
second.
highway or that's our local money?
No, that's with local money.
So the next slide is our Fda Funded Projects. These represent the St. Croix Vitran Operations Maintenance Facility and of course our Lorraine Transfer Station that is to come. So we're gonna have our operations facility is going to be wrapping up this fiscal year. So we're expecting just closeout money to be spent in fiscal year 23 on that project. And then of course, Lorraine Transfer Station, we're just about to put that out for design. So the bulk of that money will be spent in design in 23, and then construction we're expecting to start in 24 and trailing into 25. For our CIP projects.
The Vitran building in St. Croix, that you're gonna cover that too, or that?
Yeah, that's the STX operations and maintenance facility that I was talking about. That's a Vitran building.
But that's gonna be finished this year too, right?
That is expected to be finished. It should be like finished in November. I think it's a scheduled timeline. So that's what we were saying. Most of that spend is going to come in this fiscal year, with just the closeout spending coming in fiscal year 23.
And then what's the transfer station? You're building a building in Lorraine?
So that's for Lorraine. That's actually to replace that building and make a true transfer station mid-island. And that one is a Fda funded project. It hit some delays, but we made some decisions and we're expecting to put that out into design this fiscal year. That should probably be going out in the next 60 days.
So what type of building? We're looking at like a 2,000-foot building, or it's just going to be like a little thing like it is now?
No, we want it to be substantial. So it's going to be, we haven't figured out like how the footprint as yet, but it's going to be able to accommodate a couple buses. It should be able to make some emergency repairs if we need to. And of course, we want to be able to possibly add a second floor for administration and make the bottom floor for our Vitran riders to be able to have like a little concession and stuff.
Gotcha.
A true transfer station. So the general CIP projects, I will try to, my good friend, my disaster recovery buddy, Director Octalin covered most of this. Most of the projects that we're seeing move through CIP right now are of the disaster recovery ilk. But we do have one of our major projects that everybody is excited about on St. Croix, which is our Polly Joseph Stadium. That is going to be a major contributor in fiscal year 23 as well. That's expected to be complete in March of 2023. So we should be seeing closeout with that in 23, in fiscal year 23. And then, of course, just to mention, as Director Actalin did, we also have Charles Harwood Complex and some of the major contributors like the hospitals that will be kicking off moving into fiscal year 24. Next, our hurricane recovery road projects. I'm going to ask Mr. McLean just to walk us through this really quick.
Good morning again. Like the director indicated, we coordinate with ODR and so that we roll up all our numbers into their numbers. The projects that we expect to be happening in 23 and 24 are the commencement of our FEMA hazard mitigation drainage improvement projects. Hopefully we'll get the St. Croix bridges in construction and completed in 23. And then some of our FEMA watershed projects, such as Jersey Bay, the Bovoni area, St. Croix, Williams Light, which they all are currently in design. Some have actually been awarded to contractors, and we're just waiting for FEMA to issue us the EHP approval so that we can go to construction, start the construction. So we anticipate spending approximately $23 million in 23 from our various hurricane recovery funds, and then tailing off $15 million in 24. There's one caveat. We're currently in arbitration with FEMA for some road projects. And so if we are successful in that venture, then we should be able to even increase these numbers and go. They should increase substantially in 24.
One thing for everybody who's going to present, remember the public is watching this. They don't know what EHP, CIP, XKJ, they don't know what none of that stuff means. St. Croix bridges, aren't those the equivalent of the St. Thomas roadways like Pilgrim Terrace? It's the same people, federal highway lands that were doing those repairs. Do we expect to see, people in St. Croix are a little tired of seeing those red cones on the bridges. We expect to see work commence this year, right?
Yeah, that's the goal. We definitely will have 2 of the bridges in construction this year because they've been in design. Midland Road and East Airport are 70% complete on the design, and it was a design build contract, so the contractor is the one doing the bridge design. And then the other bridges, we plan to install temporary bridges this year so that we could get rid of the cones this upcoming year. Frederickstead, Queen Mary.
The one we have closed now?
By agriculture.
Yeah, okay.
Director, I will try.
That includes Lagoon too, because that place they were fall off by Lagoon and St. Croix. That one too.
Yes, yeah.
So is that going to be temporarily repaired or is it going to be permanent?
No, that's permanent. The design is ongoing right now, so we just reviewed the 70% plans for the Lagoon Bridge, so that should be in construction probably in September.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jomo. So the next slide represents our Cdbg funded projects.
One more question. Where is Jersey Bay? Is that where the waste management stuff comes out? That's where it is? Where? So, because I had a lot of questions in my Hall B about that pipe, the waste pipe that comes out in close to there.
Like Brassview? Brassview.
Are there any plans to do any work there? Because there was a constituent that was considerably concerned. I mean, I know that's waste management, but still.
So I know we have a drainage improvement and roadway repair. Yeah.
We have a FEMA project for the Brassview section, so that's scheduled to be designed by a consultant in the summer.
And then those would include those, what do you call those ponds where all the water runs into settle, like we did in Bordeaux? Because they're concerned about the runoff going down into all the bays right now. Brassview, Holby. We have any of those projects scheduled to kind of mitigate that runoff?
Retention ponds? Yeah. Right. We don't, but I know that DPNR You want?
Morning, Governor. So what we did after the Hull Bay Town Hall actually is we moved some funding to now extend or amend the contract with Watershed Consulting that's doing the other major projects. And we're now going to be executing an amendment so that we do a watershed study for Hull Bay and locating where the best areas for those retention ponds would be.
So the next slide represents our Cdbg funded projects. These projects have already begun to contribute to our economy, as Duna Road, Northside Road, and Veterans Drive are already all in design. Veterans Drive, of course, as you know, the design for phase 2 is substantially complete, and Queen Mary Highway is expected to start the design pretty soon as well. The construction on those projects would likely, of course, we have dependent upon approval of project applications from VIHFA. Those projects are expected to become major contributors in fiscal year 23, and of course, continuing in 24 and 25. American Rescue.
You know I have questions, and I don't go past that slide so quickly. The Veterans Phase 2, October 22 means crane in the water, October 22, or?
We're hoping for construction, right? Or you want to say procurement? Procurement. I push in.
All right.
We're pushing. I mean, but again, though, I do want to, and I keep saying it, the quicker that the funding becomes available, because it is managed by Eastern Federal Lands, we do have to have 100% of the funding to become available before we could push it into procurement. So once we get those funds. So for ARPA, I think the biggest thing here is, the American Rescue Plan Act. I did want to mention that we have been already started spending money. The governor gave us approximately $23 million to start priority road projects that have been, so for roads that have been neglected for quite some time. And we also have another $30 million for stormwater drainage projects. That's going to be a design build. So we're expecting that to possibly kick off in 23 and become a major contributor to late 23 and into 24. And of course, our priority road projects should continue to contribute to the economy into 23. So this just gives a list of all the projects that we've been working on, just so you see. DPW has really been busy over the last couple months. I know you guys have been seeing the road work, so I just want to thank you for your patience. Last, this represents our Build Back Better plan. We have these projects. We've been speaking with Federal Highway and FTA to make sure that these are included in any funding opportunities for the territory coming up. We've been really positioning ourselves in a good place. Of course, Centerline Road reconstruction is going to be to expand, add some retaining walls, some drainage improvements, and Rappoon Hill, which we talked about earlier. This really leads us to Contract 3, right, Jomo, for that project. And last, this just goes to show, overall, we plan to have a contribution of our projects in fiscal year 23 of approximately $122.3 million, and in fiscal year 24, contributing $142.5 million.
Question, Commissioner. You know, when you listen to Director Digazon's report and you see the increasing tourism numbers, and then you think about Rappoon Hill Road going under construction, are there like alternate transportation plans that you look at in terms of redirecting traffic, and because that's going to be a mess?
Yeah, so that's a very good point. I think if you've noticed, we've spent a lot of time improving the South Shore Road on St. Thomas, because that should help to alleviate some of the traffic flow. As you mentioned, Rappoon Hill is a major artery between the east and the west. We've been making repairs to the Moffley Hill as well, and we're likely going to continue those repairs just so we could continue to alleviate the traffic as we do this work. Okay? Next. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm really proud to present this slide. We recently got our new renderings for Veterans Drive Phase 2, and I just want you guys to see what it is that is going to come. I know everybody has a question about how we're going to go around the legislature, but this really shows, Governor, why we're pushing to get Veterans Drive Phase 2 into construction as quickly as possible. This really gives us the wow factor that we want for our harbor and for our territory, and of course, as you guys know, this is continuing on the momentum that we've built. All right. Thank you, and I'll stand by for any questions that you have. I think a lot of them have already been asked. Oh. Good morning.
Question is more so for the OMB director. I just texted her. So good morning, everyone. So basically, of course, this is a revenue estimating conference, and you shared with us your projected projects moving into the 2023 year, correct? So my interest is, while I'm interested in hearing about the projects, my interest is, of the projects that we have shared today going into 2023 and beyond, what are tax benefits that we expect to see from that? I mean, of course, you can't answer that question, but I'm trying to figure out from our OMB director, I mean, I don't know if you have the information, but I'm trying to figure out from her, are we going to see some sort of a document that basically lays out, you know, what are those projections as a result of these particular projects?
Come on up.
So actually, Derek can answer as well, because the 120 million that you reference is for gross receipts. That's the expected based on the number of projects that he intends to kick out, correct?
So we also, not only, right, the Director Actonen's presentation actually had a lot of detail about the breakdown of not only the 5% taxes, but also some of the other ancillary revenues that we're looking to realize from these projects.
So in essence, at the end of everything, we will have it broken down. We will have what we expect from individual income, gross receipts, corporate, et cetera, based on the number of projects. We don't have that right now, but this is the reason why we're having a conversation, getting the data and the list of projects, et cetera, and know what to expect as the projects kick off. We will be better able, I should say, at the end of this, in the next couple of weeks, we should have real firm numbers on the expected tax collections for fiscal year 23 and 24. Are you finished now?
Yeah, I know I went.
One more question for Senator Joseph.
Thank you kindly. I wanted to ask Commissioner Gabriel, first of all, I want to tell you you're doing a really good job. And then I want to ask if you could kindly tell me, when are you going to be able to put shovel in the ground, especially for my area of major concern, Bavoni? You mentioned the roads in Bavoni. Are those funding already obligated and the like? Let me know about where we stand, because those roads in there, that area is really bad. And I had also asked for it, and I made an ask for a bus stop in the Bavoni area. We have an aging population in that area, and the bus stops are very far away. So let me know the ask and what amount we need to get to you so that can be done. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. So as far as the Bavoni roads, we're expecting to do some temporary repairs pretty soon, Senator Joseph. With all of the paving that we've been doing across the territory. Excuse me, hello? Oh, so we're expecting to kick off the Bavoni project, do some temporary repairs in the upcoming weeks. We have been doing some paving projects across the territory, as you know, so we're going to use some of that mill material just to give the residents some temporary relief. But we do have a pretty massive FEMA project that includes road reconstruction and drainage improvements in that area, and that's expected to go into construction in fall, right? In the fall of this year. I know, I'm sorry.
Additionally, one more question. Additionally, what about the content area and the paving of the roads in that area? Is any FEMA money holding up the progress, or is that something that can happen soon?
No, that was included on our list of projects that's kicking off now, so that should be started in April.
Thank you kindly.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Commissioner. A little housekeeping. And we will continue. We do have a lot of questions on Facebook as well. We're going to direct them to Commissioner Gabriel so he can answer some of those as we continue the conference. And for Senate President Fred Gregory, I just wanted to mention to her, being a principal of the Revenue Estimating Conference, she is invited to vote on approving the revenues that are being forecasted right now. So she will be involved in the revenue process. Our next one is the CDBG. That is Housing Finance Authority. We have our presenters right here.
And just to say, we are running a little bit behind, so we're going to get back to our 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. Okay? The governor stepped out, so I'm good with my 5 minutes. Let's go. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Valdez Shelfer, the CFO at Housing Finance Authority, presenting on behalf of our Interim Executive Director, Dana Clendenin. And I'm supported here today with our programs, Director of Programs at Cdbg DR, Ms. Ann Hanley. Okay, so today we'll be presenting on, first we'll start out with our sheltering and temporary essential, which is STEP. That was our FEMA emergency home repair project. Then we'll discuss Cdbg funding, the disaster recovery allocations, the expenditures for disaster recovery, the gross receipts that we will be generating from paying our vendors and our contractors, and then a revenue estimate snapshot. Okay. So for STEP, you know, it's been a long time running, paying contractors who worked on our housing projects, our roofing projects, and also right after the hurricane. So we paid total in $727 million to the contractors. For ACOM, so far we paid $534 million. Aptim and Citigroup Financial Products, $142 million. PFA, $50 million, and that was for like some management costs for Widow O'Brien. And so the gross receipts total that we paid out from 2018 to present is $36 million from the STEP program. We anticipate GRT for between 2023 and 2024 of $5.3 million with the STEP program, and hopefully we'll be closed out with STEP at that time. Our Cdbg funding, so for disaster recovery, the funding that we can actually use right now is $1.08 billion. Mitigation, which will hope to come online real soon, is $774 million. And the electrical grid, $68 million. All right, so those are what the allocations we have for disaster recovery, and Ms. Hanley will give some more input on that. So starting with infrastructure, $574 million.
For the infrastructure, $574.4 million. We have the Wapahali project, that's $95 million. Waste Management Authority Convenience Centers, that's $12 million. And match makes up about $400 million of that cost associated with infrastructure. For housing, $326.7 million. The Envision program currently is at $160 million in the Action Plan number 2. Proposed amendment for Action Plan number 3, there will be an allocation of $240 million for that particular program. We have public and new construction. Walter I.M. Hodge is at $24 million, Dunu $34 million, and new construction of housing. For economic revitalization, $65.1 million. We have the Skills for Today program at $9 million, tourism $2.4. With the amendment to the action plan, we will be bringing on board the neighborhood revitalization program. That is $14 million, and that is for facade improvement, commercial building, conversion, and community parks. For planning and administration, $71.8 million. Public service and facilities, $37.5 million. Projects such as Lutheran Social Services, $4 million. Public service such as Catholic Charities, 10,000 helpers, and other public service projects, for a total of $37.5 million.
So far, out of the disaster recovery funds, we have paid gross receipts of $2.2 million. So the total to date for the gross receipts has been $2.2 million. And our disaster recovery expenditures as of February 28, 2022 is over $170 million. So from the expenditures, that the money that we have paid out is over $170 million in disaster recovery funds. And there we go, we paid $2.2 million from disaster recovery. Our revenue estimate snapshot, and this is all for gross receipt taxes, total that we see we can possibly, and we're a little conservative because it's all based on when your project starts. So in pushing forward for fiscal year 23, and this is from all disaster recovery funds, $5.1 million. Fiscal year 21, $3.1 million. And as I said before, the step, based on what is still outstanding to the contractors, we would have like $5.3 million more in gross receipts.
So these are direct estimates, right? BER, yeah. Dr. Digazon, do we have a multiplier on the infusion of construction project money? If we don't, we really need to do that, because if you put in $150 million, there are a lot of multipliers in there that cause more than just the 5% of gross receipts or the 22% in income or whatever. Okay. You don't have a model yet, but we need to build one. All right.
So this is the end of our slides. We thank you for having us today, and we stand here for any questions you may have.
You know, one of the things that no one has talked about that is a real hurdle for us is workforce capacity in executing projects. So while we may have $50 million of housing that can be built this year, do we have $50 million of workforce to be able to do that? I'm sure labor can present later, but that's one of the real hurdles in getting these projects out. If you look at all of them, now that money is hitting the road, we also need to count on bonding capacity, workforce capacity, and housing, because we have to import people to do this work, and they don't have anywhere to stay. So I just all those things depend on. So while you're a big part of putting this money in the economy, you have a big role to play in getting housing done. So one of the things I want to sit down and talk with your team about is how we put more money in multi-unit housing so that we can have more rentals available, especially in this district, St. Thomas and St. John. St. Croix have some options with a man camp and other things there, but for these two islands over here is really, really critical, because I don't see how we get the housing to get the work done based on, and we don't, the chamber is here, I don't know if they have record, but in St. Thomas this year, we continuing the construction of the Marriott. We sold Sugar Bay. That construction is going to be on by 23. All these things are going to affect the availability of housing, the availability of workers, especially in this district.
I had one additional question relative to your projections. Do you have projections that are non-recovery, or do you have significant projects in your non-recovery portfolio?
Not presently. Most of it will be disaster recovery for us. And when we do start the regular housing coming online, then we would have the contractors, and then you know about the Affordable Housing Act, some don't pay taxes, so it's, it's compounded.
Okay, understood.
We have a question in the back as well.
Good morning, Stacey Shaw from Senator Alma Francis Heiliger's office. Governor, thank you for voicing your concern about the labor capacity and associated housing. My question is, when we're talking about importing labor, are there any strategic plans or efforts being made to keep those jobs with residents of the territory, including additional training, apprenticeships, in order to meet the labor demand that you are addressing, Governor?
So yeah, I would say, I don't know who asked the question, if you could, all the way in the back. Yes, so the recovery that's in process, we're doing a number of things to address labor shortages. One of these things is to continue to support the University of the Virgin Islands and their scholarship program. More students than ever are going to our university from our local public high schools. Our fellowship program that we started, getting students their first chance with making $55,000 a year and getting familiar with government. We don't expect all those students, we would like to, but we don't expect all of them to stay with the government. We expect them to go out. We have a $10 million workforce development program that deals with apprenticeships that we have now in labor that's running. We have more money to put towards that. The problem is when cashiers are making $15 an hour, it's hard to tell somebody they need to go to training to train up for another job. Those people need to eat tonight. So getting people to participate has been a real struggle for us. We're even paying them to train at this point. Why I say housing is because in the 70s when the Virgin Islands built what we see today, those people didn't come from here. Those people came from Trinidad, St. Lucia, Dominica, St. Kitts, Antigua, Anguilla, Tatola. The same thing is going to happen again. Of course, the mainland, Puerto Rico. The same thing is going to happen again. I'm expect to see people from Haiti, the Dominican Republic, legal and illegal, come to help us do this recovery. Our challenge is getting the infrastructure ready, housing, school, healthcare. Extreme circumstances are going to be put on those, or pressure is going to be put on those places because those people are going to have the least amount of resources, public safety and crime. Those are the plans that we're making now. As a matter of fact, we had extensive discussions about doing a GIS map for the recovery, where we place government offices, how housing, new housing communities are going to switch the flow of traffic, where schools are going. All these things go into planning that will make so the next 10 years we won't end up in chaos because we expect population growth. So I'm expecting a major increase in immigrants, whether they're from the US or from the Eastern or Western Caribbean within the next 10 years. The Eastern and Western Caribbean in particular, because those are going to be the people who are going to be, who are going to say, it's okay for me to live in a house with 4 other people or 5 other families. They're going to make that sacrifice to get the jobs, and then eventually they'll be built out. So right now, shifting priorities from single-family housing into multi-dwelling housing so we can get people at least in homes rented. That will free up some of the Section 8 stock that's being sucked up now by all these people who are on Section 8, and at the same time present lower rents or flat rents for middle-class people that want to participate in the economy here in the Virgin Islands. But we need more people, period. Skilled people, too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give it up for our Housing Finance Authority team. We will now transition right into DPNR and Commissioner Oriole.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Governor Bryan. Good morning, Director O'Neill, my fellow cabinet members, senators, all the attendees present, and those following us via the live stream. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriole, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Here in the A block where we had CDBG, economic recovery, all using those words billions. I am the pocket change agency at this point. But I want to thank OMB for being a very accommodating. No, it's not an error. They're just accommodating my travel schedule for later on this afternoon, so thank you. So, next slide for me, Sean. See, what happens when you're the pocket change agency is you don't get that second person to come and move it, but you have to use the staff desk here. So for those online that wondering why DPNR is here, again, we're the resource management agency. Our mission is actually to protect our natural and cultural resources while fostering economic development. So we are not a no agency, we are just a tread careful agency, right, Governor? So our 6 regulatory programs, we generate fees through our applications and permits. Next slide, please, Sean. And so our collections are earmarked for both special funds and general funds. We typically raise between $6 million and $7 million annually. In fiscal year 21, we raised $6.4 million. And for fiscal year 2022, we estimated about $7 million being collected, or 6.9. Next slide. So this is just a cap of our general fund. Our building permits, or permits division, is our sole agency that generates to the general fund. And so that's why when we have a number of projects that are coming online and all my fellow cabinet members are asking me to waive their permit fees, we're saying, no, no, no. we need you to continue to keep that going for us. But we estimated, about $2.3 million to be collected in fiscal year 2022. Last year, our actuals were about $2.5 million. We decided to bring that down a little bit for fiscal year 2022 because we wanted to see some assurances of how far along we would get with the Envision program. That's where we know that we'll be making up some of that, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. Thus far in fiscal year 2022, we've through February 28th, we've collected $991,000. So we are a little bit around or right at where we actually anticipate with 7 months remaining in the fiscal year at this time. So the next few slides are going to be just overviews of our special fund collections, where we see there is potentials for increases during the year and then also in the years to come. So we have 8 special funds. Our largest source is the Natural Resource Reclamation Fund. It's the main driver of our collections, and it's done primarily through the collection of submerged land leases. All the marinas, all the dock structures, mooring fees, those types of things. So the first is our Coastal Protection Fund, and we actually see this as our greatest potential for collections. So we have air pollution that's captured under here. When the refinery would come back online, we anticipate up to $300,000 depending on how much refining takes place. Again, we're not sure exactly how that is going to proceed, so we didn't want to make too many heavy projections in air pollution this year.
Did you see that article that said the Virgin Islands has the cleanest air in the world? Is that true?
So I would say yes. The trade winds are a wonderful thing, and it makes sure that things do not stick around and stay, but rather because of the trade winds being very active and very small, minor sources, any impact that can really be blown through pretty quickly. Our next slide is our Fish and Game Fund. This is where our boat registration, so we've actually seen a decline in boat registration. We can attribute a lot of that to how many boats were damaged following the storms, but there is a small uptick as well. And then this year we had the Lorraine Fish Market come online, so we do have full capacity for collection at the fish markets across the territory. Next slide. So this is our legal publication fund. This is where we share the resources with DLCA. If DLCA wants to raise their fees, then we get a higher cut, so that always works for me because they do the majority of the work on that. And then this last one is our Natural Resources Reclamation Fund. This is probably the fund I'm most proud of. In 2010, when I became Director of Coastal Zone Management, we were collecting $1.2 million a year, and now we're actually estimating $3.1 million per year. And we've collected in the first 5 months 1.6 million thus far. So we believe we're on target for our collection potential of 3.2 million. Next slide. So the upcoming projects that are set to go online that will drive a few increased collections, we believe. Our first is that our online mooring and anchoring system is actually ready to launch. Our main registration period actually comes on in June of this year, but we are ready to go. We've been actually backfilling it with all of our data from this past fiscal year and having everyone pre-entered, so that will be a seamless process when we get there. And the department is also in the process of finalizing rules and regulations as relates to pesticide registration. This is something that happened particularly after the tragedy with Terminex in St. John, but a number of states actually have people register for a fee the pesticides that they use. We have updated our regulations. We have to put them out one more time before we can finalize, and so we anticipate that in fiscal year 23, we can start generating some revenues. Between 75 and 85,000 is what we're estimating. Again, we'll closely monitor the oil refinery plans, but if they are refining at least 280,000 barrels per year, then we can generate approximately $300,000 in revenues towards our air pollution collection funds. And then lastly, just as an estimate, for every $100,000 that Envision does in repairs, that's a $500 fee towards DPNR. So, you know, based on the number of 960 applications, there is quite a potential revenue source there for us as well. And I will close. So this is just to show where we, sorry, Sean, last one. So this is just to show, again, our projections for fiscal year 22 were about 6.9 million. Thus far, in the first 5 months of the fiscal year, we've collected 3 million. We're falling a little bit short, but there are some numbers that you know, our larger marinas who have their annual payments in July and August, like Yacht Haven Grand, they'll be making up a large chunk of that later on. So that's it for me. Any questions? Question in the back.
Good morning, Stacy with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger's office. You spoke about $3.3 million in projected fine revenue from environmental violations. Given the very loud issues in Round Bay, St. John, as well as illegal commercial dumping at residential sites, have you considered that in your projections, or given those very audible concerns that have been presented to the legislature, do you anticipate increasing that amount?
So thank you for the question. The first thing I'll say is the 3.3 is not just collections from fines and violations, but rather fees for permitting is actually the bulk of it. We really don't project too much on violations because that's kind of hoping that somebody is violating and you catch them. And we really don't base our collections on that. But given, you know, the department investigates, we do have a number of collections. I mean, I think if we scroll up and look at the Natural Resource Reclamation Fund, this year alone, I think we've collected about $55,000 in penalties in a couple of our programs. But the department does in fact implement the fines. We don't really base our revenue projections on fines, though. And with respect to the illegal dumping, and that's actually, it's just not a DPNR responsibility, but we do work with waste management in a number of different areas in trying to make sure that all of the solid waste issues, particularly where we can provide some assistance through our EPA programs, that they're able to execute their mandates better. We are not ideally staffed, Senator. Thank you for the question. We actually have been trying to bring on more staff. We have been actively searching putting our vacancies, posting them. We are relisting a number of them in the next couple of days. We had them out earlier this year, and they closed. We've interviewed, we've hired a couple, and then we're going to be putting them back out again.
Quickly, where are you with the implementation of the e-permitting system?
Thank you for the question, Madam President. We are actually projecting at launching in May of this year. We had hoped for actually this month, March, but the contractor is still working out some glitches that we don't want to happen on the front end user side because they're happening to us right now on the back end side. So. Awesome. All right, thank you very much.
With that, we'll end the presentation of the PNR. Thank you very much, Commissioner. We'll now move into property tax. We have Mr. Brent Leardam from the Tax Collector's Office, and he'll do his presentation.
Honorable Governor Albert Bryan, Honorable Senators of the 34th Legislature, other attending guests here and online, good morning. I am Brent Leardam, Tax Collector. The Office of the Tax Collector, together with the Office of the Tax Assessor, comprise the Real Property Tax Division of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Under the leadership of the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach, Esquire, the Office of the Tax Collector is responsible for the collection of all real property taxes and is responsible for the attachment and sale of real property when taxes for properties are unpaid and therefore delinquent. Okay. For fiscal year 2023, the Office of the Tax Collector issued a forecast with a 5% projected increase from $58 million in fiscal year 2022 to $61 million in fiscal year 2023. We issued a similar forecast reflecting an additional 5% increase in fiscal year 2024 to $64 million. The Office of the Tax Collector tracks the collection rate of each tax year bill issuance, with the goal of increasing the collection rate and reducing the rollover rate of delinquencies from one fiscal year to the other. The Office of the Tax Collector continues to work towards reducing the overall delinquencies due to the government of the Virgin Islands. We'll continue to increase our projected forecast in delinquency collections to reflect our common goal of reducing delinquencies to a small percentage of overall property tax receivables. Okay. Despite right. Okay. Despite having reached 20%, only 20% of this year's forecast target as of March 1st, we expect to significantly increase collections in the final 2 quarters of fiscal year 2022. Based on collection trends, there are several months in a typical year that reflect depressed collection activity. As the Office of the Tax Collector tracks these trends, our focus remains on stimulating a steady revenue stream for the government of the Virgin Islands. While property tax delinquencies have been reduced from $120 million in June of it's been reduced 26% from 120 million in June of 2019 to 88 million today. We still have a lot of work to do. The detailed records represent tax year accounts. Go back one, please. Represents tax year accounts. A single taxpayer may have several years of tax accounts on a single parcel. Much of our focus remains on reducing age receivables through payment plans before arriving at a final collection process. It is also expected that current year receivable collection rates will improve as property owners take appropriate measures to avoid delinquency collection action. Current year is defined as from the date of bill. Thank you. Current year bill issuance is defined as the time period from the date a bill is issued each year until it becomes delinquent. So in order to stimulate current year tax collections, we endeavor to issue tax bills on time, and every year we're trying to issue it a bit earlier to give people more time to pay current year taxes. For delinquent year collections, anything that has thus become delinquent, we have, I can't see everything, but we're issuing free tax status reports right now. We issue installment payment plans, including for persons that may not reside locally within the territory. We also currently have an amnesty in place on interest and penalties for a period of time to assist taxpayers with delinquencies as well as to stimulate growth during the low periods of the revenue collections. We're working on some initiatives right now that will allow you to get tax status reports for free also online, to also receive payment plans, have it processed for you online, and to have the receipt of online tax clearance certificates rather than having to come into the office. We're also exploring ways where it would give persons more time to pay their current year bills. These are some of the things that we're doing to stimulate both current year growth collections as well as delinquency collections. Thank you, and any questions, please? Question in the back.
Yes, thank you kindly. Mr. Tax Assessor, I wanted to, Mr. Laird. Collector, thank you kindly. Mr. Laird, could you, because I couldn't see from back here, could you please reiterate the amount of funds that you have collected or has been collected through the delinquency property taxes?
The delinquency in property taxes is a moving figure based on how many taxes roll over from a current year into the delinquency. That period of time increases and reduces at different periods of time. In this particular current year, in a past current year, I can't see the things.
Yeah, so from the fiscal year to date.
Yes.
Yes, that's what the figure I'm looking for.
So the okay, that was, you were on it. For the fiscal year to date,
yes,
we've collected 11.4 million in delinquency collections. Current year collections has not yet begun for fiscal year 22 because the bill has not been issued. Will be issued between May 15th and before June 1st.
Okay, thank you kindly.
You're welcome.
We have a question here as well.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Leader.
Good morning.
You said year-to-date is $11.4 million, and you spoke to your focus on collections. What is being done in respect to that focus when it comes to your capacity and staffing in order to reach your goal that you want to attain?
Thank you for that, Senator. We are restructuring the Office of the Tax Collector to represent the compensation that needs to be given for persons within our division. We have had difficulties in retaining staff due to the structure that's currently in place. So we have been working on that to increase our personnel in support of collections.
I have another follow-up question, Mr. Leardom.
Yes.
Also, would you be so kind to tell me what is your projected amount that is owed in delinquent property taxes?
Currently, there's about 88 million, approximately 88 million that's owed in delinquent property taxes.
Let me. Correct. You basically said you're restructuring, etc., and you're having issues with
yes.
keeping staff on board. First of all, what the issue in terms of keeping staff on board, and secondly, how does that restructuring look?
Well, primarily the issues have been with compensation. And so these are union-based positions that are difficult to retain persons. So we've gained persons and we've lost persons. And so effort is in place to restructure the division and restructure the salaries of the persons in the positions so that we can better retain persons that we attract.
Okay. So salaries and retention in government right now is a huge problem. Some of the things that we're trying to do is equalize certain salaries around government, so we don't have like things that happen in like right now, like attorneys jumping from department to department, contract managers, grant people. We're trying to like create some stratification across all categories, but we have staffing shortages in almost every department. I think worst departments are human services, some of our collection agencies, and public work is always looking for engineers and technical people. So property and procurement, we've been steady staffing up, but as quickly as you go hire them, they go to other departments as well too. So it is a great challenge for us. The work shortage is not only public, it's in the private, and it's not local, it's global. In the United States, every single governor is looking for people to work for them. And the benefit programs are so rich, it's harder to get people to work. And I fear that the baby boomers have gone home and just decided they're going to retire, and it's left an incredible gap in the workplace globally.
Thank you, Governor.
I have one final question.
But Brent, don't be shy to tell them you need money and you need people. Everybody does. That's what I was saying.
I say it to the director all the time.
Okay, we have a question
and
from.
I just want to emphasize that because we have money, but things that we don't have a lot of money to do is permanent staffing. Anything that general fund can do is great, and we have people have some tremendous challenge on the general fund side, but on the federal side, we don't have money for permanent staffing. We don't have money for capital projects in a lot of our ARPA and things we're doing. We have been very creative in terms of being able to help people. And to be honest, I'm telling every single commissioner and director right now, contract out as much as possible, because between the hurricane, coronavirus, and just catching up in general with the bustling of the economy, all of us are far behind. So new projects are almost at a standstill in terms of taking on new projects to do, because we have so many things to do and we still need people to get them done. And not just bodies. I didn't pick on HFA in the last administration, President Trump rather than Governor Mapp. The housing and urban development encouraged them to staff up. So you have a lot of people there, but no experience in housing and urban development. Now in the Biden administration, they're giving us this leeway to say, hire contracting people. The ERAP program is an example of that. But because of the indigenous culture of trying to do everything yourself in that agency, they haven't really taken advantage of that. Nobody can take on more projects. Everybody's up to their gills in work. So everyone has to find outside contractors, nonprofits, whoever we can to help us get things done, because we just don't have the capacity most of the time right now.
Thank you, Mr. Leardom. Mr. Leardom will answer any other questions that we are getting online. Please see one of our fellows, Trey. Please help get it to Mr. Leardom.
On it.
And we will move on to our next one, which is now tax collection. We have the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Director Jolie. I got it right there. I got you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jolie, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. My initial slides are pretty much introductory because of the essence of time. Oh, sorry. Because of the essence of time, I'm going to kind of just go through them to get to the meat of the presentation, which are the numbers. So, Mr. Georges, if you don't mind, keep clicking through until we get to actual numbers. At this point, I think everybody's familiar with what we do, okay, as an agency.
If you look, the email is from Crystal Benjamin. So Senator, actually she sent it to everybody. You were all copied on there, so give it, I will, Senate President, I will forward it to you and Senator Violi, but you are on, but I'll forward it to you now as well.
Okay, I'll push forward. If you guys know me, I am an accountant. I am super conservative. I'm super conservative by nature. I don't like to spend what I don't have. But the reality is what we are experiencing in this day and time in the VI is we are busy. We are generating funds beyond what my very conservative nature would have predicted, on top of being going through a COVID situation, which one would predict that things would slow down. You know, honestly, it's a great time to be in the VI. I'm very happy to be experiencing this renaissance of sorts. And so here we are with our numbers. We're required to do 2 revenue estimating conferences per year. The first one, the spring one, is always not fair to me simply because it's before tax filings. You know, I tend to appreciate real numbers, and as you know, the tax filing date isn't until April 19th this year, even though you'll hear 18th, but keep in mind, we actually in the territory celebrate Easter Monday, so our tax filing date is on the following Tuesday. So unfortunately, I just have to piggyback on the prior year's filings versus some more closer actual filings. So it tends to be a little bit more conservative. Now guess what? We are finally getting out of the COVID slump, even though we are doing well as a territory. So I definitely expect exponential growth. But once again, without those actual numbers, by nature, I'm not one to put out there hopes and dreams to an extent that, you know, may not pan out. I have to protect our resources and make sure we can cover our bills. So I think what we've heard in this territory, and I'll just run through my income and corporate income numbers, is that we have a lot of projects coming along the line. As a side note, I'm actually a real estate agent, so I actually keep my pulse on that, in that world. Obviously, I haven't done any real estate activity, but the issue that we are having in the midst of all of these wonderful projects is we do not have inventory for folks to stay if they were willing to even come down here. I have never seen such a glut in room availability pretty much in all my experience that we're having in the VI. So the great news is we have all of these projects, but we are going to have a serious problem having people or the skill set to do those work, because you just can't have, unskilled folks. A lot of them have to have certification, has to have bonding capacity. So it's not that simple while we have that, opportunity of funds coming down here, and then, I do a number crunch and say, wow, with all these projects, we're going to have capacity to build them. We simply don't. And if we see what the drawback effects of prices of rents are going up, home prices are going up. People are literally, as soon as a property comes on the market, sight unseen, are making full ask bids. And we're talking about mainlanders, not even locals. So we are definitely going to have an issue as far as locals having home availability. Let's see. So now I'll go to the second slide. Wonderful. Once again, it is an exciting time. We've had a lot of projects that are coming on board and we're seeing all of this activity in the streets. So, I mean, that's absolutely a good thing. But, I guess, so for right now, I just want to emphasize that, as we have the potential to do some big projects, I still have to be mindful of the capacity to do them, which is why my numbers are a little bit more conservative. Now, I think the upswing potential is going to be huge. We're going to have a good problem in the sense we are going to have more monies than we kind of know what to do with, but I'm sure there are folks out there who are going to find uses for it. But in any case, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, there we go. Special funds. So, special funds. So, once again, pretty straightforward. If you see the bottom right number, I'm projecting $1 billion worth of income, which is, in my world, a big deal. I mean, we definitely have projects coming down the pipeline. One of the anomalies that I'm showing is fuel prices. So while I was somewhat conservative with everything else, I definitely went up on fuel simply because we all know what's going on with the fuel numbers and I guess the Ukraine-Russia scenario that's going on. Let's see. So what's generating a lot of my projections? We have a ton of government projects. We have a ton of private projects, and we have Lime Tree that's going to hopefully come online. I've definitely read in the news. I don't know when that's going to happen, but we're going to be in the midst of a very big win-win in this territory across the board. Next slide. Now, next slide is kind of what we all know. IRB has, in the last year or two, become a more money-giving agency. You can see that we've doled out $220 million in stimulus impact payments. Go to the next slide. And we break it down, there were three different stimulus acts. And in a nutshell, we ultimately help ourselves simply because we not only help generate business economic activity, those economic activity comes back to us in taxes. So it's definitely a good thing. Next slide. One of the things that we're definitely proud of in this administration is, being able to finally catch up with our outstanding tax obligations. And, I've heard comments where people say, well, why are you bragging about giving us our money? Well, I'm bragging because we're catching it up and we're bringing it current. Because whereas, once again, before it wasn't a line item, it's now a line item. And, I'm proud to be a part of the fact that we are going to be caught up this year with tax refunds. As a matter of fact, our next distribution that's going to happen at the end of March is going to include 2020 returns. Really think about that. 2021 returns, which are not even technically, haven't been filed, the deadline for that is, April of 2022. We're going to start paying as of the end of March, 2020 returns. So we definitely expect to be caught up. Add to that, we've been able to successfully negotiate reimbursement of tax credits from the feds, which has never been done. That has always been a drain in our coffers. There are two pools of money that make up the tax refunds. As an employee, there's withholdings that come out of your check, and depending on your level of tax return filed, you get a credit. So that money comes out your check, then it's not so bad, we got it out of your check anyway. But it's the credits that we have to actually pay out of the government's pocket that tends to put a hurting on our cash flow. But now, those funds are going to be reimbursed from the feds, so that's going to be a huge win for this territory. So we expect that to really, accelerate our cash flow on a hold and really allow us the opportunity to start building. We've been playing catch up in these last 3 years for the most part. And now that we're at this brink, I'm really excited to be able to then, start building. So in a nutshell, that pretty much concludes my presentation. If you guys have any questions, I am all ears. I see a hand in the back.
Good morning, Stacy from Senator Alma Francis Heiliger's office. In your presentation, you broke down, and I did not get a chance to get real numbers, of the amount of individual income taxes that were collected versus corporate income taxes that were collected here in the territory. The national ratio of total collected taxes for individuals is 47% of the total tax base. And based on the numbers that you gave us here today, it is a very much different picture here in the territory where individual taxes are a much bigger part of the overall tax revenue. Do you have an explanation why corporations are paying such a smaller amount of taxes here in the territory versus the ratio that they have in the states federally?
Honestly, I don't. I don't tend to compare us and on the mainland simply because, and just FYI, on the IRB's website, we do post all our actual collections monthly, so you can have historical data, to glean over. But to answer your question, and this is me as an accountant talking, there is an unfairness that happens in the territory compared to the mainland. That's why I don't make that comparison. On the mainland, when they calculate their tax rate, their income tax rate and their corporate tax rate, that is based on a population in the millions. We are under the mirror code, which then says we have to mirror those same tax rates. But those tax rates that we pay here are spread over a small, minute population. So that's why historically we've always struggled, and on top of that, we don't charge a state tax. So whereas, let's say you're in Virginia, which is where I was based out of, you have a federal tax and you have a state tax, and in some cases you have a local county tax. That's neither here or there. But the issue is, it's truly unfair how from my perspective, taxes are calculated. Now, what does that mean? Should we as a territory pay more? I'm not gonna answer that. But just so you know, we have to figure out a lot of back-end gymnastics to make up for that disproportionate population issue.
If I have a chance, two things. When you're asking a question, if you could get up, I will follow the rule. First, I'll stand. The corporate tax rate in the Virgin Islands, of course, is going to be skewed, of course, because we have EDC benefits. So they're only paying 10% of the total tax liability. So if you look at the tax benefit, the corporate taxes this year, I think we're up to 80-something million for the fiscal year. From the last time I looked at the reports, it's actually up this year. And the reason why it's going up is because all those construction projects that we have, they do not get the benefit of the corporate tax rate. When you compare our taxes to the states, our land taxes are a fraction of what people pay on the mainland, at least in the urban areas. We are totally undertaxed as a community. And when you look and you extrapolate the numbers from the total tax base, 89, and I said this before, 33,000 people, right? 33,000 tax filers, that includes single and joint. 89 people out of those 33,000 people pay 66% of all the income tax. If you add another 3,000, it goes to up to like 80% of the income tax. So essentially, 30,000 people only make up 20% of the total income tax. When you look at our programs that we're doing, they're strategic because what they're doing is we're trying to make sure everybody becomes an earner by making free college tuition, having labor and workshop training programs, concentrating on looking for new entrepreneurs and funding those programs so we have local people creating job opportunities because local people hire local people. The things that we are doing is trying to trap more money in our economy so that local people make more money. When we pay a contractor from Whit O'Brien, who is here and lives in Arkansas or someplace else, that money doesn't benefit us long-term or short-term. So that's why it's skewed. Our goal, as I talked about when you look at that future, the Vision 2040 plan, when you look out 20 years, how do we make sure that we are attracting earners that are gonna pay for the things that the people want, like pave roads, lights, maintain schools? Those are things that we have to fund out of our own budget. One of the most scary things that we have in terms of projecting how beautiful this transformation of the Virgin Islands is gonna be, the new hospital is $75 million. 10% of your building costs, sorry, I said that wrong. $750 million, ballpark, right? It's probably gonna end up $1 billion by the time we're done, right? 10% of that is $75 million, which should be the maintenance cost for that hospital, right? The budget for the general fund contribution to the hospital is $23 million. The math don't work, so while we're building all these nice facilities, people are gonna have to figure out how we maintain them and how we insure them, because they all have to be insured as well too. So we have some real threats that we are going back to President Biden for this is the fourth time to presidents asking them to forgive, because it's nice that St. Croix has $1.5 billion of infrastructure just for the sewage replacement, but we have to come up with another $150 million in local match. Where does that money come from? So those are the kind of things we're grappling with. Good money getting from FEMA, bad, we get to match it 10%. So we're going back to Biden again and telling them and saying, listen, on this trajectory, there's no way we'll be able to pay for our recovery. So we need to get this 10% forgiveness. So I hope I answered your tax question. We are sorely under-taxed, but it remains, our population, 30% of them live underneath the poverty zone. 75% of Virgin Islands children are in some kind of government supplemental system. So you can't tax them anymore. What we got to do is make people earn more money so we get more taxes. Thank you. Well, I mean, when you say a living wage, that's a moving target. I was telling somebody the other day, one of the grocers and I were having a conversation. They're paying $14 to $15 an hour for cashiers. Great, right? But a bucket of chicken is $50. And it's gonna go to $60 because you gotta pay people $15 an hour to wait on people in McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, or wherever.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Director. Any other questions? We will forward them to Director Lee so we can continue going, and we will move right into Department of Licensing and Consumer, excuse me. Commissioner Richard Evangelista.
Thank you. Good morning, Governor. Good morning, Director. Good morning, members of the 34th Legislature, Cabinet members, colleagues, listening and viewing audience. My name is Richard Evangelista. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and I'll hit the low-hanging fruit first. As you know, we're known for our licenses that we issue. So in terms of estimating our revenue, currently our staff consists of the director, assistant director, 8 licensing officers, and since we're going to, before we even go down to the 34th legislature and go to work on markup, we're seeking 6 more officers. What have we done? So our next slide will show you that from 2019 to date, the number of licenses we've issued, as well as the number of new business licenses we've issued. So for fiscal year 21, we issued 15,010 licenses. Divide that over 12 months, we issued about 1,250 a month. Currently this year, fiscal year 22 to February 28th, 2022, we've done 7,425 licenses over 5 months. Currently 1,485 licenses a month, so we're up. By Island District, St. Croix, fiscal year 21, we issued 5,594 licenses for 466 a month. Currently for fiscal year, we've done 2,286 licenses over 5 months, is at 457.2. That's attributed to, due to COVID still affecting our offices. At one time or another, 1 or 2 persons are out. On St. Thomas for fiscal year 21, we issued 8,008 licenses for 667 per month on an average. Thus far for Skiff's fiscal year 22, 4,394. So we're looking at 878.8 licenses a month. So we're up and booming. On St. John, fiscal year 21, we issued 1,409 licenses. Thus far in fiscal year 22, 745 licenses. So we're down to about 62 licenses per month. I'm sorry, who's doing the clicking? Oh, sorry, sir. Now here are the numbers, and senators, you'll get these numbers. What I want to share for you is that in fiscal year 20, we collected a total of $3,804,158.92. In fiscal year 21, we collected $4,033,603.37. Keep in mind, we were under COVID, but we were rocking and rolling. For an increase between 20 and 21 of $229,444.45 for an increase of 6%. When we look at fiscal year 22 to date and divide what we've collected thus far through February 28, 2022 of $1,637,653.72 divided by 5 months, we're currently collecting an average of $327,530 a month. So we're on target to actually increase. Ladies and gentlemen, the collections that I'm presenting to you are actually collections wherein persons have requested waivers for penalties. Penalties incurred because of Hurricane Irma, Maria, as well as COVID. The money we collect for penalties and fees goes to the Consumer Protection Fund. The money we collect for licenses goes directly to the general fund. The Consumer Protection Fund pays for all costs except for personnel. So what I'm sharing with you, for your friends, your colleagues, and your constituents, please, it's now 2022. The waivers for interest and fees will be reduced because I need to pay my bills too. As we move along, one of the things that you might want to know is, so what are the top license categories? So fiscal year 21, I'll read it out, importer of goods. These are people who import items, and that should be pretty straightforward. Almost everything we purchase or use, if it's not planted here or manufactured here, it has to be imported. So there were 1,229 licenses, but I'll just list the types. Importer of goods. Number 2, retail shop and store. Number 3, for Allah who to drink. Tavern keeper A. And this is not low grade. This is these are the spirits, the bottled drinks on the shelf, followed by apartment house, commercial farming plants or animals, itinerant vendor, commercial fishing, business and management consultant, restaurant B, less than 25-person seating, and solicitor, sales, and commission agent. In case you're wondering, the most affordable business license is $1 per year, and that is for the commercial farmer or fisherman. The most expensive license we have is for the trades in gold, silver, or other valuables. That's $2,100 per year. Note, licensing has not increased the licensing fees in quite some time, nor do we intend to do so in the near future, simply because we do understand that we're still dealing with post-hurricane and now with COVID, and unfortunately now with Putin. The average business license costs $207.35, but the one that appears most frequently is a cost of $130. So it's still very affordable to do business in the United States Virgin Islands. In addition to the licensing category, we also have a boards and commissions division which supervises the professional licenses. The boards and commissions revenue is lower. You can advance. For fiscal year 21, it collected a total of $416,097.69. And to date, it has collected $213,913.48. In case you're wondering, in 21 fiscal year, there were 2,213 licenses issued, and thus far to date, there have been 1,087 licenses issued. As far as the revenue estimate snapshot, for fiscal year 23, DLCA, reverse one, is estimating a total of $5,554,511.54. And in fiscal year 24, by the same percentage, but the actual amount projected is $5,864,672.92. And how did we get here? We predict that one, the licensing fees collected, not the amount of fee increased, shall increase by 5% per year due to the number of persons wishing to do business in the territory. And two, the fines and penalties that pays the bills at DLCA should increase by 10% due to quote-unquote aggressive enforcement, but more specifically, we anticipate the return of the enforcement officers who have been on loan to the Virgin Islands Police Department doing COVID duties. And finally, with the Boards and Commissions Office, we also expect an increase of 5% because we anticipate more professionals joining those professions under that section. If you have any comments, questions, or concerns, please reach out to us at www.dlca.vi.gov or at our phone numbers or the hotline, which is 340-725-5129. That goes straight into the den. And we're not perfect, but we aim for efficiency. So if you have any license that's sitting out there, whether it be professional or establishment, please contact us. 99.9%, it's being held up somewhere else, but we are the gatekeeper. But the great news is that a tax clearance letter is no longer needed to obtain a renewed business license. However, and I'm speaking directly to the camera, I forgot, audience. Please do not, I underscore, italicize, and bold, fail to fulfill your responsibility to pay your tax obligation. Because no longer will you have the warning sign because you can't get your license, but you may become a member of the wall of shame when a request is made of my office to suspend or revoke your business license for failure to pay your obligation to pay taxes. Having said that, I thank you for listening. I know you have a choice in who you listen to, and thank you for listening to DLCA. I'm available for questions. Yes, Director. Explain the wall of shame. Yes. So the wall of shame, full disclaimer, means that the Internal Revenue has worked tirelessly with you to pay your taxes. It's not automatic. They're going to send you notices, they're going to send you warnings, and then they're going to send you a, what do you call your people, an agent. Thereafter, they're going to come to me to revoke or suspend your business license. So please, take your obligations seriously. Questions? Senate President?
So 2 things.
Yes, Senator.
Let's stick with the one that we're discussing right now. Of course, you know, we've long discussed with both yourself and the Director of the Internal Revenue regarding our concerns as to how do we align both the licensing and consumer affairs and what's happening at IRB, and how is that information being transferred from you to IRB to ensure that they're in fact able to do their jobs. So now with this removal of that requirement of the requirement that we're discussing today, what is that procedure to ensure that once I am granted a business license, the Internal Revenue is aware that I'm still in business and I need to be filing my taxes? How are we marrying that up to ensure that, you know, everybody's able to do their job?
Sure, great question.
I want to answer that question before he said, because the real answer is you're going to jail. Not paying your taxes is a crime. It's not, we've been treating this like it's a minor offense. If you don't pay your taxes, you're going to jail. We're going to prosecute you for not paying your taxes. And we're setting up that mechanism now. People have just not been paying their taxes for years, and it's not okay. And we just keep pushing it on. The reason why nobody pays is they get in a payment plan, and they're good to go again.
That's not the question, Governor.
No, but that's what a mechanism is for people who are not paying their taxes.
That's not the question. I need to hear from the Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, how is it that they are marrying that up to ensure that IRB has the information to, in fact, ensure that they're paying their taxes?
Sure, thank you.
That's the question.
No problem. So for clarification, the governor's response is actually the end of the road. However, in the interim, now that we're actually issuing licenses without a tax clearance, the Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs have not divorced. We don't have a divorce, we have a separation. What that simply means, it's a legal separation, just a joke, but he shall continue, the Bureau of Internal Revenue shall continue to see our dashboard. They can actually see who has a business license. So when that return is not incoming, they will note that this person has an active business license and we need to now go after them because they failed to pay their taxes.
Thank you, that was the question.
You're welcome.
And then one more thing.
Yes, Senator.
So on your slide 12, right? I would like to ask that you include your projections or your actuals. I know you have projections, so your projections for FY22 and your actuals thus far. If you could update your slide at a later time.
Sure, I have that in my notes, but I'll be more than happy to provide that to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator. Next question, hand raised in the back.
Yes, I wanted to ask, I know you have done a really great job with computerizing and using technology for your licenses. Are you looking at upgrading it so that when businesses need to renew their license, they get a little ding or some kind of alert that their business licenses need to be renewed? So that helps you in your generation of funds. Are you looking at anything like that? And if it is a yes, by the shake of your head, do you have some cost associated with that level of upgrade?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Currently, we are working with our existing vendor, but we're also in the process of preparing an RFP to update if, in fact, our current vendor is unable to do so. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Due to time, just continue. If you have any questions, please put them into the chat. They will be addressed by Commissioner Evangelista, and we will be moving on. This next one is going to be virtual. The director of BMV, Ms. Barbara McIntosh, director, she has her presentation with her, and she'll be sharing her screen. Director.
Are you able to see it?
We're getting there. We're not seeing you as yet. Is your camera on, Director?
Yes, it is. My camera. Okay, let me share again. Okay. How about now? Can you see the slide? Can you see me, Mr. Georges?
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about the delay. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning, Honorable Governor Bryan, Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, members of the legislature, the governor's cabinet, other members of the legislature that is present, and fellow cabinet members, listening and viewing audience. My name is Barbara Jackson McIntosh, and I'm the director for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Today, I'm doing the presentation. In the essence of time, I'm going to skip through and get down to the revenue slides. Of course, our mission, we collect fees and does transactions for driver's licensing, etc. We offer at least 10 major services, and those are presented here on the slide. However, for 2021, our revenue collection was $10,120,637. All right. Let me move this. Give me a minute. This thing here. Okay. The increase in revenues in November, July, and August are the months that we saw heavy activities in our online transactions, especially when we had reduced staffing or were closed due to the COVID-19 outbreak. A revenue comparison by month for 2020 and 2021 tells a similar story, all directly related to the pandemic. In October, December, and January, those are usually our busiest time of the year. Most of this is due to the increased number of vehicles either being shipped into the territory, the sale or transfer of vehicles by the larger rental agencies, and the registration of the government fleet. In FY 2020, we collected as was expected from October 2019 to February 2021. Until March through October of 2022, and throughout the tenuous activities of the pandemic. In 2021, we successfully added 7 additional services to the online portal and integrated the BMV database with that of the Superior Court. As a result, the number of documents that were processed using the online portal doubled from 2020 to 2021. With six months left in the fiscal year, and given the fact that we have already processed over 10,000 transactions, we anticipate that by the end of the fiscal year, the number of transactions processed using the online portal will be approximately 18,000. This is our annual revenue by fund, and
using this slide, which is just a different view of the previous one, the larger portion of the revenues are deposited into the Transportation Trust Fund, then the Personalized License Plate Fund, and the General Fund. Our major activities are driver's licenses, ID cards, learner's permits, and vehicle-related activities such as inspections, registrations, and titles. Our projections, therefore, take into account the number of transactions processed and the related cost per transaction for all of our activities, but we pay close attention to these major areas. As a result, our revenues forecast for 2022 through 2023 are $11,585,301 for 2022, $13,347,803 for 2023, and for 2024, our projection is $14,315,995. We are also projecting the revenues by fund as projected on this slide. Summarily, the sustained and projected increase in revenues in 2023 and 2024 will be dependent on the continued access to online services and the addition of new services, the implementation of the BMV fully staffed customer care center, and the resumption of in-person services. For 2022, we are continuing to work on some new services that will further assist us in being more responsive to our customers' needs and further reduce processing time, all of which directly relates to revenue collections. As you can see, we have for 2022, we have completed the Government of the Virgin Islands self-service portal, where they will be renewing all of their vehicles on using the BMV database. That will significantly decrease the number of work that we have to do in the office, which is usually November and December, and the rest of the projects are either on track or in the testing phase. That really concludes our presentation, and I want to say on behalf of the staff and management of the BMV, we thank you for your support, and we look forward to working with you in 23. And of course, you can contact us by going to our email, info@bmv.ti.gov, use our website for information, or call us at any of those 3 numbers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. Any questions for the Director?
So very quickly, I'm looking at your slide that's titled Revenue and Projections, right? The one that says from 2018 to 2024. Now, I don't know if I missed it, but what is the impetus for the, I think it's like a $4 million increase between 21 and 24? You probably said it, but I missed it. I see that in 2018, where you started was like 8 million, but we don't have the prior information, so I don't know if it's getting back to normalcy, is where we're seeing that significant jump. So could you please explain that?
Okay. In 2020, let's go back to 2020. 2020, we really was slated to, our projection should have been 11-point-something million, but of course we started with the COVID pandemic in 2018, so we got a significant reduction. And then we are back on track because half of 2021, we are still in the pandemic, so we weren't realizing the 11 or 12 million that we thought we would have collected. So it's really a projection over each fiscal year, not taken from 2018 all the way up to 2024. It's per fiscal year. That's how we look at it.
Okay, so I asked a
So, for
question.
example,
Let me ask the question another way.
go ahead.
So the 2018 numbers that you have are actuals, 2019 should be actuals, 2020, 2021 should be actuals? Are actuals?
Yes, they're actual.
So these are your
Yes, they're
actual
actuals.
numbers, right? For 2018 to 21. And you're projecting,
Yes.
I think that's missing from your slide. So in 2022, you're projecting 11.5 million, correct?
Yes.
So the question is, between 2022 and 2024, that's a $3 million difference in your projection. What is causing that $3 million increase? That's what I'm trying to ascertain.
Okay. So what we are seeing here is, for example, like the online services, for example, those are, it went, well, for lack of a better word, viral, because it gave people the opportunity to easily, without having to come to the bureau from any place in the world to do their transaction. And what we have seen also in the other slide, where we saw a significant increase in the services, like there are increases in registrations that were not done, like people were registering the vehicles who were not accustomed to register their vehicles over time. A lot of it online, and of course we had a waiver of fees. So that has spurred a lot of folks to come in to register their vehicles. We also have a significant number of vehicles coming into the territory and continue to rise, evidenced by especially the rental agencies and the car dealerships.
Okay, I'll continue the conversation with you offline just so I could get specifics, because a $4 million increase is nothing to bat your eye at. So I just need to get clarification on how did you come up with those numbers. Thank you.
Okay.
Any additional questions for the director?
Yes, I have one. What are your actuals right now for FY22 as of February?
As of, I don't have that directly in front of me. I'm gonna have to look through my
Okay, but looking
my
at
file. I don't
your
have it.
looking at your projections of 11.5, you think you're going to meet it?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Okay, a resumption of in-person service?
You broke up in the end.
What is the target date for the resumption of in-person?
St. Croix is actually Monday, and St. Thomas is a hybrid.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Director. Again, any questions, you can funnel them through the chat, and we will try to get the Director to answer them as promptly as possible. We'll now be moving back to VIPD. Again, that will be online. We have Ms. Sandra Webster, the CFO, who should be doing our presentation. Ms. Webster, you have the floor. My apologies. Property and procurement. I saw you come in, Commissioner Thomas. I guess I just wanted to do you bad. I apologize. We have property and procurement. Commissioner.
Good morning. I was trying to be efficient by getting up early. I guess I'm here by popular demand. Good morning, Governor, Director, fellow cabinet members, the people of the Virgin Islands. Okay. I wanted to be able to say that, okay, all right. You know, Governor, I wanted to be able to say that we were going to increase revenues up to $25 million at the Department of Property and Procurement. For me, I was excited about the disaster recovery and what that means to a department like mine. Because we manage the properties, there are several large investments that's going to take place in the territory. And our expectation at the Department of Property and Procurement is that we would benefit wholly
from those investments. So if I say that you invest $1 billion in a territory using the government's property, and I get a 10% return on that, that's $100 million. I'm excited about being at the Department of Property and Procurement because of what we're able to achieve. But we can't achieve it unless we do it together, right? So I am here to share with you what our projections are. You see that beautiful building on the bottom? That's the future of the Department of Property and Procurement. Let's go. Just keep going. To date, we have shown a significant increase in our revenue generation every year. This year, this 2023-24 year, we expect to have another 1.9 million added to our revenues. For us, about $7 million we're looking as a expectation. That's far below what we are intending to do based on what the territory is facing in its disaster recovery, especially what we do at the Department of Property and Procurement. You could keep going. I'm going to talk a little bit. Stop there. So if you notice, you'll see that we have increases every year since we've been here. Again, far below what our expectations are. Go ahead. I'm not going to be before you long. We tried several strategies to include a marketing strategy. We put what we call leasing, USVI was an electronic or a representation of all the properties of the government. Anyone can sign on from the comfort of their home, see the properties, submit their applications, and that has increased our opportunities. And you've seen it coming in as the numbers dictate. But that is not an effective strategy unless we together as a government increase policies that are strategic in seeking to increase revenue for departments such as mine. Outside of that, I have to come to the legislature and ask for general fund funding. And I think we're going backwards if I do that, because the department that I work in, the department that I represent, we are able to generate funds that gets us off of the general fund. Amen? So for me, aligning the policies, ensuring that we attract the right people, and I want to stop here and say to you, I'm not looking for no one with skill. The Department of Labor has an excellent program. And I'm asking them to throw me all the young people. Let's bring them to my department. Let me teach them about managing property. Let me teach them about managing the fleet. Let me teach them to become mechanics. Let me teach them to become procurement professionals. Because once we do that, I'll have a pool of individuals that are able to run the government the way we need them to. All right? That's it for me. Any questions? Any concerns? You all didn't send the slide to everyone. I'm here by popular demand. Come on.
Tell us, Commissioner, what is your need as far as personnel? That wasn't clearly outlined in your slide. You made your pitch relative to training young people especially, which of course you know is aligned to my mission, but kindly indicate to me what is your number of vacancies and the like.
So for me, I don't have any vacancies. My goal, I need to add new numbers to my office because traditionally the Department of Property and Procurement has been understaffed. I have filled all my positions. And the governor made it clear, I think he's right, when we talk about capacity within the territory. I'm not concerned with finding skilled people. I am concerned with training local Virgin Islanders to do the work. That's my approach. So the Department of Labor has an excellent program, like I said. I am asking them to send me as much of the young people as they can, and I will train them. Now, along the way, I have invited, I have 4 individuals right now that I have invited back from home, back to home from the mainland. But what I did is I reorganized my department, streamlined the positions, and increased the salaries. If we want to compete in the 21st century, we got to act like we're in the 21st century. And so for us, we're moving towards the goal of attracting young people, increasing our technological foundations and the functions of our department. Remember in 2019, we started, it was all manual. Our department is totally electronic. You could sign a contract from anywhere. You could access the properties from anywhere in the comfort of your home. That has increased the speed of the things that happen at the Department of Property and Procurement. However, like I said, our policies need to align the legislative and executive branch so that we are strategically focused in allowing the departments such as this to increase revenues. The governor mentioned it. All this new construction, we're looking at least 30 million in insurance premiums. A department like ours could meet the need, but we have to invest strategically together to allow that to happen. Thank you. Anyone else?
Always eloquent. Thank you, Commissioner. We are officially turning the page on the agenda. And again, the VIPD will be up next. Sandra Webster, the CFO, will be presenting as we set up our Zoom. Is Ms. Webster online?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Ms. Webster. I'm presenting on behalf of Commissioner Martinez. Can you hear me?
One sec.
Is anyone in the room currently watching the Zoom or broadcasting to it? They need to mute their mic.
Can I mute everybody? He's supposed to mute everybody. I think we're ready. Could you share your screen? Ms. Webster, your floor is yours.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. I'm presenting on behalf of Commissioner Ray Martinez. The VIPD has our records collections through the Central Records Bureau. And those offices are located in St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. Our major revenue collectors are firearms registration, police reports, police and traffic records, fingerprints, security licenses, police permits, business licenses. And this is our fee schedule. So I will just, in the essence of time, we'll just move past that slide. In fiscal year 2020, our revenues decreased from 522,648 in 2019 to 377,273 in fiscal year 2020, which represents 145,375 or 27% decrease as a result of COVID. Fiscal year 2021, revenues increased from 377,273 to 491,403 in 2021, which represents an increase of 114,130 or 30%. Fiscal year 2022, revenues are projected to increase from 491 to 638,824 in fiscal year 2022, which represents an increase of $421,000 or 30%. Fiscal year 2023, revenues are projected to increase from 638,824 to 798,530,000, an increase of 159,000 or 25%. Fiscal year 2024, revenues are projected to increase from 798,530 to 998,162, an increase of 199,000 or 25%.
Ms. Webster, are you moving your slide?
I'm sorry?
Your slide is not moving. It's supposed to stay right there?
No, my slide is supposed to move. Let me just reshare.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about that.
Ms. Webster?
Yes, can you see my slide?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Ms. Webster, which slide are you on? Because what we're seeing is a spreadsheet that shows first quarter, second quarter, third quarter.
Sorry about that. This is the slide I'm trying to show. Can you see my slide? I'm seeing my spreadsheet. 1 second.
We're seeing the agenda now.
Let me on. All right, let me unshare and start sharing again.
Okay.
One sec, let's see if we can share the slide for you and just let you go through.
Okay.
And could you get a little closer to your mic so we can hear you?
Yes. So,
Go right ahead.
okay, so I have that represented in a slide. So our annual revenues in 2021 and 2020 and 2021. In 2020, we collected 377,000. In 2021, we collected 491,000. There's an increase of 114,000, 130 or 30.25%. To date, in fiscal year 2020, we collected 377, 273. In fiscal year 2021, 491, 403. To date, we've collected 188,453. Comparison with fiscal year 2020, 2021, and 2022 to date. Fiscal year 2020, we collected 198,336 to date. Fiscal year 2021, we've collected 196,798 to date. And fiscal year 2022, we've collected 188,453, which is a 4.24 decrease from fiscal year 2021. 2021 monthly revenue collections. We actually collected 377,273 in fiscal year 2020. We're forecasted to collect in 2021 606,000. We actually collected 491,000, a difference of 114, 692,000 or 19%. In fiscal year 2022, to date, fiscal year 2020 to date, we collected 198,000. Fiscal year 2021 to date, 196. Fiscal year 2022 forecast to date is 255,000. Fiscal year 2022 actual collections 188 compared to fiscal year 2022 forecast, we're down by 67,384. Fiscal year 2023-2024 monthly forecasts. We collected 377,273 in 2020. We collected 491,403 in 2021. In 2022, we're forecasted to collect 638,824. In 2023, we're forecasted to collect 798,530. In fiscal year 2024, 998,162. And collections to date are 188,000. And that's it for me. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for VIPD? Hearing none, we will thank you very much, Ms. Webster. We do appreciate you. We'll now have our Commissioner of Tourism, Mr. Joe Bushelter.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joe Bushelter, Commissioner of Tourism, here to present at today's conference on the performance of tourism. I want to begin by saying we heard Director Degazan give some information. The governor spoke a little bit about where we are as a destination, and it is an exciting time to be the Commissioner of Tourism. We are dominating the Caribbean right now. And I want to begin by thanking the governor, the lieutenant governor, Commissioner Encarnacion, the entire COVID-19 team for its consistent management of the COVID virus locally. Without that courage to make some of the decisions that were made in June of 2020, we would not be as fortunate as we are today, because we made these decisions to open and be very responsible. And that's paying dividends today, as we see in the numbers. I also want to thank our private sector partners, the Ritz-Carlton, the excursion people, all our small businesses, the boaters that go back and forth between all three of our islands on excursions. And of course, I want to thank Department of Tourism employees for helping us do what we need to do. Right here shows the proof. 97% up in fiscal 21 over fiscal 2020 in a pandemic. Strong. Matter of fact, based on the data that we had, 2021 is the best year ever in the United States Virgin Islands in terms of air arrivals. That's it. We have flights coming in to both districts. They're doing extremely well from pre-pandemic and pre-hurricanes Irma and Maria. We continually meet with our airline partners, and it starts with the top. Governor Bryan has been very influential in having conversations about new lift, about where we are in terms of ways we can correct some of our deficiencies, and of course that leads to confidence in the destination. As you can see here, we have non-stop flights into the territory across much of the most populated parts of the United States. From the north in Boston, the tri-state areas, southeast from Atlanta to Miami to Fort Lauderdale to Orlando, moving west to Houston, Dallas, Chicago in the Midwest, and Minneapolis in the Northwest. So we are doing a wonderful job in allowing people to find flights. And of course, with the flights, the more flights, increase in competition generally has held well in terms of airfares to the territory. But of course, now we're reaching that point where we are in very high demand, and I'm sure most of us who are local people now seeing the differences in price fares a year ago to now. Big difference in pricing, and of course, that supports where the destination is. We are in high demand, and supply and demand is the name of the game in a capitalist environment like we have in the United States. Just a quick snapshot that I just talked about. As you can see, we have over 20,000 plus seats coming into the territory, into the St. Thomas district every week. And into St. Croix, we have, Into St. Croix, we have a little over 6,000. And what we have to understand when we see these numbers, it is a numbers game. So when we sit and we talk to the airlines, one of the first questions that comes up is, how many rooms do you have? Because you only could have enough capacity for the rooms. And if you don't have the rooms, Director Lee spoke about real estate. You gotta have rooms. If we don't have rooms, then the conversation is pretty mute. Again, airlift strong. I won't go into it again because I got the flash and the time. What's been also very helpful to us throughout the pandemic has been the travel screening portal. What this did is it provided the destination with a mechanism to allow for the Department of Health to protect us from a public health standpoint, because everybody had to come in and fill out this portal system. It allows for, if there was an unfortunate situation where somebody did come up with COVID, the Department of Health could quickly move and contact trace, which protected the masses. One of the other things it has done is it has shown that when the governor made it mandatory, in 2021 we had over 1 million submissions into the travel portal. And of course, from a marketer standpoint, this information and this data is critical, because now we know exactly where the people who are coming to the territory are coming from and what they have, and we can use that. Existing accommodations. This slide is critical for us. So I want to commend the governor and the team for the sale of the PFA Hotel, Kings Alley in St. Croix. That is an important step, because now we're seeing, and it's helping with our buzz, St. Croix, a vibe like no other, because the hotel business in St. Croix is picking up. Important, because the world sees that St. Croix is hot right now, and they're investing, and of course we want to translate that into more airlift and more economic power for St. Croix. Additional, we have the Marriott French and Reef that's expected back online late 22, early 23. That's almost 500 rooms. And we also had recently the Sugar Bay Hotel that was sold. So those are another two big points for us as we continue to market the territory, that some of our traditional hotel properties are coming back online, which is very helpful. This slide here also is a very important one for the success of the territory. So not only are we in high demand, but people are paying the highest rates in the Caribbean to stay in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So if you look here at this slide, shows that the occupancy rates in 2021 in the USVI were almost 70%, while the rest of the Caribbean was 42%. Our average daily rate was $464, while the rest of the Caribbean was $222. And our average revenue per available room was $321, where the rest of the Caribbean was $95. So that shows that people are not only coming to the territory, but are willing to spend to stay here. And I didn't put this in the slot here, in the deck, but we have similar numbers on the sharing economy, which are basically Airbnb, VRBO, home away from home, and those numbers are comparable to these. And roughly right now, almost half of our accommodations are sharing economy rooms, which is part of the reason why we could hold the lift that we have from the airlines. Of course, we're here for revenue collections. As you can see, fiscal year 21 was a banner year for the U.S. Virgin Islands in terms of tax collections. $35 million came in hotel tax revenue collections. That's almost double of where we were in 2020. And again, in 2021, we are still in the pandemic, and we are performing this strongly. And that's up 98%. What we are predicting moving forward is that there will be some level of capacity being reached until we could get our hotels back online. But we don't see a drop off, which is good. So we've been very conservative in our hotel tax revenues, that we see them growing in 22, even though we believe they're going to grow more, because we, in our forecast for the summer of 2022, we do not see a fall off. Very strong demand from the airlines, very strong demand from the hotels. Director Degazon mentioned earlier the first quarter was ahead of where we were in 2021. So all signs are very strong that we will not see a major drop-off, barring anything crazy. But we do believe, in talking about crazy things, that the Ukraine crisis is actually expected to help our demand here with the U.S. travelers, which is 95% of our traveling base, because the cancellations from the U.S. traveler to Europe have already begun for the summer. So they won't be going to Europe, but we expect them to be coming to the Caribbean and hopefully the USVI.
I just want to preface what Joe is saying, that we need to reinvest this money in tourism and getting some I want your money vibes from the legislative people in here. And I don't want to reposition any of your money into anything else but tourism. So couple of cautions why this fund needs to be well funded. We're giving up a lot of money going forward to get hotels back online, which is going to have an impact on what we do. We're doing well, but we need to make sure that we keep the investment in tourism, and if we're going to do anything, we do something for our small hoteliers who are not benefiting from the EDC tax breaks and everything else. It's important that we help them to make sure we keep that streaming, especially in St. Croix, where you have so many small hoteliers trying to maintain physical plant and other things. We need to be able to give them a help to make sure that they stay at 80 or above occupancy, and that we leave some money for new hotel investment, which many of them are struggling with development costs.
Thank you, Governor. And we definitely need to make sure that we keep reinvesting in the product. Now, I just talked for 5 minutes. Jennifer, I need like 2 minutes more. 5 minutes, right? And we didn't mention one cruise ship. And imagine before the pandemic, 70% of the tourists that came to the U.S. Virgin Islands came on cruise ships. And we now are in 2022, and I only now I'm going to mention cruise ships. So we went 18 months without one ship in the USVI. 18 months without one ship. And I grew up all my life seeing cruise ships here in the territory. But now I can pleased to report that we are seeing the turn and the ships are back. The ships now, last week was the first week since the pandemic that the ships came back, averaging over 70% occupancy. So that we see now that the changes are happening with the US government, our local government in relaxing our protocols, and now we're seeing the demand back on ships. So that's another very, very good sign for our tourism product and our economy on a whole, that both in St. Thomas and St. Croix, ships are back. Lastly, as the governor transitioned to, we expect to see a continued investment in our tourism product, which is why we're asking for additional monies to compete and market the territory. Our biggest competitors now are investing tremendously in marketing at their destinations. And we don't have to look any further than our neighbors to the west in Puerto Rico. This fiscal year, they had over $50 million in addition to their normal tourism budget to market. So every place we go, I go, our team goes, we see all our competitors in every one of these. Every place, all the time. So when the question is, why is tourism and Busholti on the road? Because that's the job. That's where you gotta be. That's what you have to do to get the kind of numbers we have. That's what you do. And the numbers show the strategy is working. So I wanna thank you with that and open up for any questions that anybody may have.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner Busholti. And thank you for your presentation. I have several questions, but I'll ask three. Senator Blyden. First question is, you spoke to the non-stop flights. And have you seen, in respect to the non-stop flights, that is one of the reasons why the numbers are up, because of folks not having to stay over or catch other flights, etc., to get here? It's easier, made easier. Is that one of the reasons why you're seeing those numbers increase?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Blyden. That is one of the big signals is during the pandemic, people who travel prefer to travel nonstop, so they avoid stopping in multiple airports on their way to whatever the destination is. So that has definitely helped us having multiple points of departure from the continental U.S.
And it shows that even though you didn't have any cruise ship like that, the overnight stay, which means we know they spend way more than the cruise ship passengers, that's where it's at. So with that question, the hotels, you say French Memory is slated to come online late 22, 23. Sugar Bay have been sold. That's 500 plus room, maybe 300. What that number you're talking to in terms of, in your opinion, that you like to see in terms of available hotel rooms?
Well, the Marriott's coming back with almost 500 rooms. Sugar Bay is a little under 300 rooms, so that's 800 rooms. I didn't mention Canal Bay because that's a federal issue, so we don't know how, or at least I don't know how and when that's going to come back. But what we can tell is that we have room to grow, in terms of being an overnight destination. So we have to continue to invest in it because, as you mentioned, I think what the territory has embraced on the private sector side, and I'm sure the chamber people may speak to this, is that we had first-hand experiences now of a traveler that comes with themselves, a group, or their family and spends 5 to 7 nights versus coming on a cruise ship for 5 to 7 hours. So what you see now is that people who come for 5 nights, we go to our little coffee shop, we see tourists in there. We go out to lunch, they out. We go to dinner, they out, they shopping because they come in here to experience vacation. So they're out amongst us all the time, which helps our businesses, especially those that have pivoted to this overnight business. On the cruise side is still very lucrative because it helps in a different way, because it's a compacted time when people move around. But the good thing for us is we can manage both and continue to do what we need to do, which, Senator, back to the hotel question is, we just have to be conscious of growth. We have to protect the environment and remain sustainable to what it is we're trying to do, and so far so good in what we've been doing. And of course we have JP, I don't know where he may have gone, or JP right there, he can make sure we protect it in the environmental side, for sure.
And last question, in terms of being competitive moving forward and Airbnb, Verbo, etc., that area also, so in that respect, I know they have kept us alive so far since most of the hotels, we don't have any rooms, but in respect to the numbers, what type of numbers do you think is a good number for that area? Because as you know, it's increasing every day.
Right.
Folks are doing what they need to do in the interim.
Yeah, what we've seen in the sharing economy space is that it's up well over 150% year over year in terms of available rooms. The quality has increased. So we've seen that help. So right now we're estimating somewhere on a little under 5,000 Airbnb VRBO sharing economy rooms. Our official data that we get that's collected from credit card swipes on that space has it a little over 4,000. So what we see is that it's in demand and it's strong. We don't necessarily see it falling off because the boom to that space actually came, as you mentioned, Senator, after Irma and Maria. Hotels were down, people still wanted to travel, and then the Airbnbs sort of picked up the slack. But what we found is that we believe that that's going to continue to be a major part of our tourism offering is in that space, and including the villas. The villas are also doing very, very well as well.
Question, Commissioner. I know that we have done extremely well in marine too. Is there any thought being given at tourism? Because a lot of our vessels are being used as hotels. I know in the BVI, 75% of their overnight guests are marine guests. Is there any thought to getting some revenue from that source in terms of a room tax or anything else?
Yeah, Governor, that's a great point. What we know is, and this is anecdotal to a point, is last year in our most busy days, what happened in our Charlotte Amalie Harbor is that charter boats were coming in without masts, right? So that means they were coming in and they weren't moving. What they were coming in for is to meet the demand on the Airbnb side. So people were coming in, they couldn't find anything on land, so they were moving to stay in the harbor on these charter boats. And what we've seen is that there is a huge demand for that. And from a marine standpoint, our marine business, and we didn't even put it in the presentation because we only had 5 minutes, but the marine sector is booming as well. I mean, all we have to do is look around. We've seen charter boats all over, super mega yachts. We have the #1 mega yacht facility in the world in St. Thomas right now, in Yacht Haven Grand. So we are performing at the highest levels on the marine side. And Governor, back to the marine side, a lot of that had to do with the decision you made to offer safe harbor to many of these vessels during the pandemic. And they are coming back and they're staying. And what they're finding is in St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, that they could have an experience that's memorable for cheaper than going to some of our neighboring islands. And we are benefiting from that. But to answer the question, we have not necessarily put in place yet a tax, so to speak, for that overnight person, that piece. But we are trying to have conversations. I know Senator Carrion has been talking to our office, and I know he had a bill in place to do similarly to what the government has an arrangement with Airbnb, with VRBO, and some of those others to gather some of that revenue that we're not collecting right now.
I did have a question, Commissioner Bochelty. This is Senator Joseph. Now, I remember years ago there was a challenge with our tourists indicating that they didn't have sufficient on-island activities to keep us here for them to stay overnight. We want to keep the trajectory that you have, we are experiencing now, even when we see a decline in the COVID and other ports open up. Could you kindly indicate what are your plans and your vision with your department to beef up what we have as an offering for on-island activities to keep the tourists coming?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Joseph. That's a great question. We actually are getting ready to roll out a series of educational, informative marketing sessions to our community in St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. And what the premise of it is how do you market your business so that people who come to the territory know what it is we have to offer. And I'll give you a quick example. So we're working with Google Analytics specifically on what the best practices are to market your business online. And I'll give you a good example that I learned in a series of conversations we had 4 weeks ago. If you take two restaurants selling basically the same kind of cuisine, and they're within 100 feet of each other, and one markets on Google with pictures, and one markets on Google without pictures, the one with pictures will have significantly more traffic than the one without picture. And these are the kind of things that we're trying to do from a tourism standpoint to do exactly what you're saying. We have the businesses, as Commissioner Evangelista said, the business licenses up out of the roof. The question is, can we as a private sector, with help from the public sector, let the people know that there are all of these activities out there? So what we are trying to do is outreach to some of our younger entrepreneurs that have the power boat, that only go out on Sunday with their friends and say, you know, if you put up a little web page and you have time, you could use that same boat as a revenue generator for yourself and your family because you already have the asset. But you have to now understand that. And what that does, Senator, is it allows us as a destination, all of a sudden, we have new capacity on the water because people want it and they just need to know how to do it. So look out for the Department of Tourism series of outreach marketing techniques to come in all three islands so that we could again build that capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. In the essence of time, we will be working, we'll be doing our work through lunch. We have this handsome gentleman over here, Mr. Roberto Terraro, is our associate for it. He'll be announcing the tables to go and get their lunch and return back, and we will not try to stop the process. Another house cleaning is we have a lot of cars double parked up in the parking lot. You're holding up the Commissioner of Public Works from leaving. I have a H2129 Acura, TFS 326, TFK 572, a Honda CRV, and a Toyota RAV4, and TFM 161, which is a Lexus. You're double blocking some of the commissioners and directors who have to catch flights. They're asking nicely if you would come and move. So the first two tables, could you move forward and go ahead and get lunch? We will move on. We have workforce coming up right now. And again, like I said, it's going to be a working lunch so we can achieve our goal and end it on time. So let's work together. Roberto, yeah, that table right there. We'll work on and continue to move. And now we have workforce with Commissioner Gary Malloy.
Good afternoon. I thought you were talking about me, the handsome gentleman coming, but so good afternoon all, Governor, Senators, fellow cabinet members, listening and viewing audience. I'm Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor. Today I'm going to be co-presenting with my Director of Workforce Development, Ms. Melita Etienne, and we will be as brief as we can and make sure that we stay within our time limit. Next slide, please. So basically what we're going to do is provide an overview of the demographics and unemployment changes affecting the workforce in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We're also going to give an overview of the workforce development training programs and initiatives. Next slide. So when we look at the demographic changes affecting the workforce in the U.S. Virgin Islands, first thing that comes to mind is population. And we just completed that census between 2010 and 2020. We've seen that we've lost nearly 20,000 residents within that count. And so the population change is going to be one issue that we're dealing with. Second, just to look at this slide, is talking about the population growth index, where you're looking at this clearly shows that when compared to the U.S., the United States of America mainland, you're seeing that the Virgin Islands has a consistently fell in population, decline about 1.02% as compared to the U.S. average, which has grown about 0.82%. Next slide is aging. And I believe Governor Bryan mentioned the baby boomers. So what we're seeing that there's a significant change in our demographic that showed that 20% of the people in the pre-retirement group, ages 55 to 64, were still in the workplace. And that number will rise as the baby boomers grow and into older adults. So it's important to look at that our workforce is in fact aging. Education is another change. So when we look at one of the challenges facing the U.S. Virgin Islands workforce, you're looking at the low attainment of education relative to U.S. mainland. And so you're looking at the expectation of higher education and skills will be dominant in terms of employment opportunities in the economy. So high-skilled jobs are projected to be the fastest growing occupations over the next 10 years based on the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics information. Unemployment, when we look at our employment and our current unemployment as of January 2022, there's a lag within. You're looking at the unemployment rate for the territory being at 8.2%. And you look into the numbers, you see St. Croix at 9.7%. You see St. Thomas, St. John at 6.9%. And then within that, you're seeing that the total labor force is 43,250 individuals. And then you're looking at total employment at 39,709 individuals. That leaves the unemployment number, individuals unemployed, at 3,541. So it's important to note that the total workforce numbers includes all persons that are in the civilian non-institutional population ages 16 and older as classified as either employed or unemployed. And then that employment number includes our domestic workers as well as the self-employed. And based on the conversation that we had, I know that, Governor, this is a slide just for you, because we're looking at the labor participation rate. So all of this is looking at that labor participation rate is the percentage of the population that is either working or actively looking for work. And so you can see that based on this slide, that we have a rate January 2022 to December 2021, we peaked at 61% and fell to 50% in January of 2021 on St. Croix. This decrease was predominantly based on attributed to the impact of the pandemic on the workforce, Limetree, as well as the closures of establishments. And so in 2021 cycle, the rates have shown some growth based on the establishments that are reopening and the public places reopening, in addition to the tourism industry that Commissioner Jolie just mentioned. Where we are now, the unemployment claims as of March of 18th of 2020, again, there's a delay in terms of our reporting process. So you're looking at, for 2022, we already paid out $6.7 million in unemployment claims. And right now, currently, there is 4,623 active participants that can possibly file a claim. That means their benefit year is current. So when you look at that, there are approximately 1,133 in St. Thomas, 2,215 in St. Croix. Our interstate are those individuals who have wages in the Virgin Islands as well as other states. Is another 1,116. And then St. John is 159. So I'll have Director Etienne talk a little bit about the workforce development and looking at those critical stages that we need to address.
One thing, Commissioner, I want to point out, if you could go back to the slide before this one, what we are dealing with. We could reverse.
Participation.
Right?
Or
no, you could go back again. You're going too fast, man. Stop right there. 3,541 people employed, unemployed. St. Thomas, St. John, 1,602, St. Croix, 1,939. The refinery is scheduled to open up late this year or next year. That's gonna cut that ratio down to about 5 or 6, and the Marriott is gonna open up this year. That's gonna count. And the one thing about these two indicators, when 800 rooms open up in St. Thomas or 500 rooms open up in St. Thomas, that's not only 300 to 500 jobs directly at the Marriott, but that's more food delivered, more restaurant work, more taxi work, more everything work. So you don't even only get those jobs, you get the amplifier, the multiplier effect of the economy. When you talk about the refinery in St. Croix, you get that too. So Tropical got to hire more people to drive, the stores got to hire more people to deliver. That's to show you how bad our worker shortage is. And this is just people available. This isn't skill. When you put skill in there to those people, it's even a worse equation because you have such a mismatch of skill and jobs available. We really need to do more getting people trained up and getting people ready to work beyond the housing problem. So I just want you to look at those numbers. 4% is what you call, it's not situational unemployment. 3 to 4% unemployment are those people between, it's called transitional unemployment. They're between jobs. So I move into someplace else, I take 3 weeks off between jobs. That's transitional employment when we get so low. So serious problems when it comes to capacity in terms of getting the recovery. And that I just mentioned the hotels. I didn't mention the new schools starting to build and all the other housing projects that we're doing. I didn't mention the workforce for that. That's just 2 events happening, the reef opening up and the refinery restarting.
Thank you, Governor. And if I can, Sean, the slide to workforce development programs and initiatives. Critical, yes.
Thank you. So as we look at the workforce in U.S. Virgin Islands, there are 4 critical challenges we have to address, picking up from where the governor left off. 1, preparing workers for new opportunities through improved education and job skills. 2, retraining efforts for displaced workers. 3, of course, creating new economic development approaches to diversify the economy, focusing primarily on higher demand jobs in the technology and healthcare fields. And 4, addressing low-wage incomes. As we look at our current projections from our Bureau of Labor Statistics, this information will be updated next week, but this is the current information available. The top 3 industries currently having the greatest amount of employment in the territory for 2022, of course, is public administration, accommodation and food service is projected, of course, to grow, and construction. In terms of the short-term occupational outlook, so going deeper than the industry and looking at specific occupations that will be growing, we have the demand for healthcare practitioners and technical experts. This is not new. We have seen this trend year over year as a need. Healthcare support, construction and extraction jobs. Declining, of course, you see food preparation and serving, building grounds, cleaning and maintenance, production. That's largely due to the seasonality of that industry and that type of occupation, I should say. So that, of course, as the reef comes online and some other hotels, that, of course, will grow or improve. As we look at the specific workforce training programs or the funding that's available for workforce development in the Department of Labor, we receive about $2.2 million in formula funds from the federal government to administer adult, dislocated worker, and youth programs. Within that sphere, we have about 16 eligible training providers across the territory that provide training. When we break down the different industries that are considered in demand in the USVI and the training that we're putting out and the individuals that are completing training within those industry sectors, you can see the largest investment last year was largely in allied health space, so certified nurse assistant, medical assistant, a lot of those types of occupations. And then second, of course, being the construction trades industry. This is, of course, separate from our Skills for Today program. These are some of the specific types of occupational skill training programs that are certified currently by the Workforce Development Board under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act federal funding program. As we look at our challenge number 3 in terms of creating new economic development approaches to diversify the economy, primarily focusing on higher demand jobs in the technology and healthcare fields, STEM-related occupations, there are 3 things that the workforce development, public workforce system has done to address the need in those areas. First, the Workforce Development Board has expanded the list of in-demand occupations eligible for WIOA funding to include emerging sectors aligned with the Vision 2040 industry sectors and occupations. Second, the Workforce Development Board expanded the list of approved eligible training providers to create greater access to diverse skills training for eligible WIOA participants. I think that listing was a very short listing, I'll say that much. It's kind of doubled since I came aboard and have seen that. The Workforce Development Board has also approved a policy to increase access to WIOA funding for employer sponsors of apprenticeship programs in the territory. Now, programs include funding up to a max of $8,000 per individual apprentice, again, creating greater access to skills training and supporting participants and employers from a funding standpoint with the WIOA dollars. And last but not least, I'd like to talk about one of the major programs most of you are aware of or may not be aware of, but I'll definitely make sure you are today, the Skills for Today program. It is a $10 million community development block grant for disaster recovery, expected to train 640 individuals across the territory in construction trades as well as non-construction occupations that are in demand in the territory. It is a 2-year program, and currently we have about 681 interest forms collected in total. Of that, about 429 are actively engaged in the process. To date, we have a total number of 289 applications completed, and 139 individuals are actively enrolled in training, whether it's construction or non-construction related. Stage 1 and 2 are specifically to the construction related training, and as you can see, stage 1, which is the core curriculum for NCCER, construction trades training, 36 individuals. Stage 2, 27, which is the craft skills training. And then of course, stage 3 is the non-construction work-based learning enrollment in the territory, which is around 76 individuals. So workforce development, or the public workforce system, has a lot of key players actively involved to make it happen. So I'd like to say thank you to a lot of the key players you see on this screen here today that make up our workforce system. Everyone from Department of Human Services, Department of Education, Equus Workforce Solutions, who's our new one-stop operator. Of course, the Department of Labor directly and the staff that work closely with Commissioner and myself. And of course, other partners and entities such as the Workforce Development Board, the Virgin Islands Apprenticeship Council, ICF, who is currently contracted to administer and project manage the Skills for Today program, and of course, Workforce 180.
Thank you. Any questions?
We have a question from Senator Blayden.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Thanks for your presentation. I'm hearing about the Skills for Today, workforce development, all of the different programs. My key question, honestly, is the individuals that's going to be on this program. How do we get to them? How do we get them on the programs? What type of targeting are you doing? I know you show different target areas, but we know what's going on here in the territory right now with all of the shortages in construction, etc. Commissioner Thomas said he willing to take on 4, send them to him. So what is being done? Do you have any apprenticeship program, first of all, at the Department of Labor? Starting there, let's start there. Do you have any apprenticeship program at the Department of Labor so people to shadow you and train them?
Thank you for those questions, Senator. There's several questions in there. First of all, the Skills for the Day program, what we've been doing is we have a responsibility based on the grant that we have to service 640 individuals. Of that, 70%, of that, 51% must come from low to moderate income. And of that, 71% must come from the housing community. And so what we've been doing is we've been to each and every housing community. We've been to 6 housing communities in the St. Croix district, in the St. Thomas district, and in St. John. And we've been doing recruitment efforts directly at those communities. In addition to that,
Before you move, what has been the outcome of those visits?
Well, the slide that we had that showed we have the interest forms. This slide shows all the information that's been collected. And so based on the interest, 641 interests, we have active right now 429, and individuals that are actually applications and in the programs. So the challenges that we have are real in the fact that we can't drum up, we can't force the interest, but we also need the commitment because individuals are coming or starting and then not seeing all the way through. So there's things that we're doing right now to make sure that not only up front we're having more conversations with you to make sure that you're in the program that's more applicable for you. So and we're opening it up right now, not only to the housing communities, we're doing a lot more promo. You're going to see a lot more information. We're opening up to everybody. But we needed to start with our numbers and the housing communities to be able to start making sure we get to our 70% of the 51% low to moderate income. Also, apprenticeship programs. The apprenticeship programs are running. We are a registered apprenticeship agency based on the United States Department of Labor. So the programs that we run are linked nationally. And so we just got the able seamen on board with for Marine. So they're also, there's in the healthcare space, you have Pleasant Healthcare, you have Peace of St. Croix. So we are working on the apprenticeship, but the definition of apprenticeship is not the same definition that we're accustomed to. And so it's employer driven, and we are making sure that we're working on that and we're expanding that program as we speak.
Senator, the commissioner and his assistant of the Melita are being very modest. Tell them me and you were in Bovoni knocking on people's door, inviting them to participate, sitting in the hallways, talking to people, getting them to participate. We've been in Williams Delight with them too. They've been actively going, recruiting people. When we told people that the stimulus check, you had to file your taxes, after collecting on 33,000 tax filers for as long as can remembered, we had all of a sudden 12,000 more tax filers showed up, right? We went to 45,000 from 33, an increase of 33%. This program here is investing $15,600 in a Virgin Islander. Not 600, 15,600 in those 640 Virgin Islanders. And then on top of this, you have the local programs, the regular federal programs that are saying, when they said they're investing up to $8,000 per person, and you add the free university that you help pass at the university, $3 million a year. No Virgin Islander should be able to say that they don't have access to free education, free training, and paid internships, because this is free money that we're giving away, and they're knocking on people's doors to give them $15,000 worth of training, and it's difficult.
Yes, it is. And I'll just say thank you for helping with that, Governor, because the number that you see there of active claims is 4,623. That was well over 27,000. And so you had a lot of individuals receiving the pandemic funding. And so now that the pandemic funding is gone, so you're seeing a lot more individuals are going to be having or be forced to come back into the workplace. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I do have a question, Commissioner Malloy.
Yeah.
Yes. I wanted to ask you relative to any re-entrants you're looking at as far as building up our workforce base. That's one question. Do you have, or are you working with the Bureau of Corrections and the like as an avenue to build up our workforce base? Because we all know the math. As more people become employed, we get more income. Our tax base grows. So let me have you answer that question.
Well, thank you for that question, Senator. Yes, we are working with the Bureau of Corrections, with UVI Cell as well, in a collaborative effort to look at the reentry for we're calling it our second chance program. We're also working on making sure that an apprenticeship program, right now, they're going through the steps to become a registered apprenticeship program sponsor to be able to have the culinary arts program within the prison. And so that is, so we're working with them. We're looking at trying to we're getting numbers of individuals who will be eligible for parole or release, 6 months, 90 days, 3, 6, 9, a year out, to make sure that we start making sure that some of the training programs that they need are just in time to be able to, so that when they are released, they can rejoin the workforce.
Okay, so nothing is in place quite yet.
No. It's in place.
It's in place.
It's in place.
Okay, good. Now, you have on your slide about the unemployment rate currently at being 8.2%.
As of January, yes.
Okay, what is it compared to the national level?
I'll get that number to you. The national level is a lot lower. Again, for us, things trickle down a little different, and as you've been hearing a lot, once the opening of a lot of the hotels, a lot of the refinery, once those things come on board, it's going to impact us tremendously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Truly appreciate you.
We have one more question.
We can read it directly to him, but we have to move on, so we can, in the essence of time, could you address Senator Fred Gregory when you go over? Thank you very much. We're moving on to the next person. We have the Port Authority, Director Carlton Dow, or his representative. Thank you, guys.
Okay, good afternoon to the beautiful people of the Virgin Islands, everyone in this room, to the governor, senators. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Port Authority and Executive Director Carlton Dow, say good afternoon. My name is Humphrey Caswell. I am the financial analyst specific to the budget and statistical data that we receive at the Port Authority, alongside my teammate Dale Gregory, who is the Acting Director of Engineering. So we're gonna get right into it with our revenue performance. And I'm gonna start from the right, not 2016, but 2015. Also, let me say, these numbers that you're seeing before you are fiscal. So for the Virgin Islands Port Authority, that means from October 1st to September 30th. So if you're doing some comparison between our brothers at the Department of Tourism and their data, it's gonna be slightly off, probably because they might report in calendar year, we report fiscal. So just a brief overview. With 2017, these are our actual numbers. Aviation did 24.7 million, Marine did 29.7, combined 54.4 million. 2018, This was the aftermath of the storms and beginning recovery. So we dipped down to 16.6 million in aviation, 24 million in marine, and 40.9 million altogether. 2019 was an astounding year for the Port Authority. 29.9 million in revenue for the aviation sector, 33.2 million for marine. I think it's our highest passenger count in that fiscal year alone, and we came out at 63 million for all combined. 2020 was a drop for us, 20.9 million in aviation, 22 million, 43 altogether for aviation and marine. And then 21, we all know with COVID, we did 31.3 million in aviation and completely lost our cruise sector. That's why that number has dropped down in the marine. So that's 13 million altogether, 44 million. And then in our aviation sector, for our budget, we have 34 million for aviation. And I'm sorry, please.
Was there 40 million awarded by the federal government? I think it might have been 20 million that was awarded by the federal government for aviation in the first year of COVID. Have you applied and used that money as yet? It was for revenue makeup on the aviation side. I think the expiration is coming soon.
Yeah, we have used that money.
It's finished already?
Mm-hmm.
So in these figure, what you're showing here, the money is in there already? Because if your revenue was 31 million in 21, that's a high of 34 million in 22.
Yeah, the differences with the aviation is primarily specific to the amount of, not amount of fees, the difference in the rate of fees that we are charging. In 2019, we changed, our fees went from our pre-clearance fees, that means that anyone that is leaving the island, we're charging them a fee of somewhere around $20. It used to be like $7. So there was a huge jump.
So these numbers don't reflect any transfers in from money you receive for the
No. This is straight revenue from our collections. And also, currently we cannot provide 23 revenue projections because right now we are in the midst of our budget call, and our revenues are directly tied to, especially our cruise side, to a schedule, internal schedule that we get from our Caribbean cruise partners, Royal Caribbean, and we have not received that data yet. It normally comes about third quarter. So when that information comes out, we'll have that. But as of right now, I would expect it to be around the same number that you see, if not a little bit more, in the 2020 budget. You can go to the next slide, please. I won't go down from 2017 again, but I'll start with 21 as far as what you're looking at. In the aviation side, 681,000 passengers. These are employment passengers, meaning this means that anyone that's leaving the island, so this takes into account everyone that has come in from the States and leaving, and this takes anyone from your family or yourself going into leaving out of the island as well. So these are employments. This is what we provide as far as our information and passenger traffic. So 681,000 in St. Thomas for 21, 199,000 in St. Croix, leading up to 881,000. So a huge uptick, if you can see, from 2020 to 2021, the same 97% you saw in tourism. We're also seeing a huge uptick from 547,000 passengers to 881 in 21. And currently, right now, as of the end of January, we have seen 311 employment passengers. For our cruise calls, I'll just jump down to the passengers. Obviously, you can see that number down there. In 2021, we were doing only 31,000. So also remember in 2021 that we're talking fiscal, so that started in July and ended in September for us. So this is why you see 31, so the start of the cruise coming back in 2021. And then from October 1st of 2021 to March 15th of 2022, we have seen 378,000 passengers, 341 at St. Thomas, 2,654 in St. John, and 34,000 in St. Croix. Next slide for me, please. Our capital budget funding sources for 22, we're looking at $7.1 million in CARES Act, the ARPA Act 4.2, VI local grants of $4.2 million, debt funded of $3.3, which is our marine bonds, passenger facility charges of $2.4 million, car rental facility charges of $700,000, and operating revenues of $9.6 million, coming out to $132 million in capital budget funding sources. So I'll pass this along to my teammate, Mr. Dale Gregory, and he'll talk more about the 2023. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Oh, the capital project, sorry.
We'll make it pretty fast. The projected capital expenditure for 2023 for aviation on St. Thomas, we expect to expend about $34.5 million, which include the terminal expansion design, completion of the transportation center, commercial apron phase 1, baggage belt improvements for the commuter side, rehab taxiway apron rehab phase 1B, and commercial apron phase 2 design. On St. Croix, we expect to expend $17.4 million in aviation projects, the air cargo building, the terminal expansion. The terminal expansion will include 4 jet bridges and utilization of a second floor holding area, rehab taxiway Alpha, rehab taxiways E, F, and G, and H to meet FAA compliance, and the electrical vault and runway shoulders. Moving on to marine. Yeah. Well, in marine and St. Thomas St. John, we have $38.5 million in marine projects. And on St. Croix, we have $10.8 million in marine projects. That's our time expended, and thank you.
Any questions for the port?
So we fully expect to get the Crown Bay dredging and the channel and turning basin dredging done this year. That's it, 22.
I'm sorry, the one that's up there says 22, but we have, our sheet is FY23. So that's an error.
I like this one better. On your sheet or this sheet?
And in this listing of projects, we have like over $30 million worth of dredging projects. We have the permits, but we anticipate receiving the funds next fiscal year.
I think John Woods left the room, but that turning basin dredging is crucial to us making our money on the cruise ship side. So anything I can do to help move that along, please, let's get together and get it done. HFA is in on that as well too, right? That money is funded through Cdbg.
Yes, yes.
And where are we now in permitting for Army Corps and HUD?
Most of the permit has been done. We're in the permitting process as well, but most of the work has been done, the legwork has been done for those projects, and we're looking forward to receiving the funds.
All right. I was just asking a question for John while he was out of the room on the dredging. I know the chamber has been really concerned about that.
We're trying to secure the funds to do the work. We've got most of the permitting in place. So that's the next step. We have like $35 million worth of dredging projects pending. The harbor, is the one we're talking about with 13.1 million, the turning basin for the dredging. And we have the permitting in place. We almost there, just need the funding. We have made that request. I'm not sure what the result of that is right now, but about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we made a request after pondering how to move forward with this project. The Corps of Engineers, we made a request for the Corps of Engineers to take the lead as they normally do with our projects. We haven't had any response from them yet. Any other questions, concerns? Senator?
I'm hearing your answer, but I'm not. You're saying we have the Army Corps permits for the various dredging projects? Is that what you're saying?
We have most of the permits, but what happened is this particular project, the way we're funding them, the Army Corps of Engineers was not the lead, so they weren't making the final decision. And we've made a request for the Army Corps to be the lead agency to make the decision as to whether we move forward with the project or not. So we made a written request, and we are waiting a response from them.
Let me give you the assist. So HUD doesn't do dredging projects. They do like housing and all that kind of stuff. So when we went to Army Corps, we agreed with them that we would try to get HUD, take them through the permitting process for the job to be funded by federal funds. So we try and get them to do that so it can move along a little faster, which is, I need to call HUD. They really haven't been pushing the economic development projects. They want to see more action on the housing side because that's their main business. So they may be slow walking this a little bit.
And that is for the tree dredging projects, the main channel, Crown Bay and Schooner Bay.
Yeah.
Yes.
To be honest, this is really the turning basin because that's a priority now. I think the St. Croix project have some other linchpin that has to happen there in the second tranche, right? I don't think they're in the first tranche.
Yes.
Quick question. So I'm seeing your CapEx for FY 2022, which is this year. But I know that you had some projects that were tied to bonds. Where are you with your bond projects in particular?
Senator, we've expended most of the bond monies, and what we intend to do is utilize the remainder of the bond funding to build a custom building at Red Hook. We're soliciting additional funding so that we could make up that $9 million to do the Red Hook custom building.
So basically you're saying that what was it, 54 or something $million in projects that in fact all of those projects are started on the way and you just have the Red Hook component that's left?
Yes, we have the Red Hook component. It's still not fully funded. We have the bond monies and that's it.
So all of the projects associated with the bonds except the challenge that you have with the additional resources funding needed for the Red Hook project, those projects are started or in the process or some are already completed?
For the most part, they are completed because most of the bond monies went towards the Red Hook parking garage, and that's been completed for quite some time. So we committed to utilize the remainder of the bond monies to fund the custom building at Red Hook.
Thank you very much. Another block-in, we have a Suzuki TFV 916, a Ford Echo TGO 859. You're blocking. Someone is trying to get out. They have an appointment they're trying to make, so they really do need to get out. So could you please assist? We're going to move on to WAPA projects. We're going to have the presentation by Denise Reimer.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Denise Reimer. I'm the Director of Disaster Recovery and Compliance, presenting on behalf of Mr. Andrew Smith, the Executive Director of Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Along with me today is Mr. Vern Alexander, the Interim Chief Operating Officer. Now, this is an exciting time at the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Next slide. VI-WAPA has embarked on several disaster recovery and mitigation initiatives designed to improve reliability and efficiency that will rebuild and strengthen its electrical and water infrastructure, thus improving its services to the territory. On the next slide, our projects fall into categories of mitigation, renewables, and efficient generation. The next slide, the first projects are the undergrounding of overhead transmission lines and installation of composite poles, which are critical components of VI-WAPA's infrastructure. These activities are occurring in all 3 island districts. Composite poles installation is also occurring on Water Island. Replacement of older generating units has begun on St. Thomas and is also planned at the Richmond Power Plant on St. Croix, which includes the incorporation of battery storage within each plant and other plant renewables. These projects address key areas of authority's infrastructure that was severely impacted by the 2017 storms. On the next slide, you will see the disaster recovery funding. As of March 2022, FEMA has obligated $1,443 million, of which $1,032 million has been expended under its 406 program, and obligated additional $7,200,000 under its 404 program. The authority has also received financial assistance from HUD through the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program. For the Harley Expansion Program, $84 million has been obligated, of which $42 million has been dispersed. On the next slide, you will see some highlights of the major projects in the respective fiscal years, which are the composite pole installation, new generating units, undergrounding, and microgrid, and the anticipated GRT. For the electrical system, under the electrical system, the next slide, please. Under the electrical slide, approximately $373.7 million in projects costs will be incurred in fiscal year 2023, with an approximate estimated GRT value of $18.7 million. In fiscal year 2024, the estimated project costs are $86 million, with an estimated GRT value of $4.3 million. The electrical slide major capital projects are listed for both fiscal years 2023 and 2024. These projects are comprised of installation of composite poles, undergrounding projects, and new generation units. On the next slide, we're going to our water projects. And these are some of the projects on the water division, consisting of rehabilitation of existing water lines as well as extension of existing lines. Please note that the Christiansted and Frederiksted rehabilitation projects are completed. On the next slide, we get a revenue estimate snapshot of what the water division is projecting. Under the water system, the primary grants funding these projects are EPA Drinking Water Capital Improvement Project, American Rescue Plan Act, and the Cdbg MIT. The next slide then shows the anticipated GRTs for the water capital or the water projects. And then on the next slide is just a listing of the projects that we anticipate for under the water division. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. All right, do we have any questions? I see one all the way in the back.
Good afternoon, Stacy from Senator Francis Heiliger's office. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Reimer. The capital projects that you listed for MWAPA on the electrical side, are any of those projects going to result in a decrease in the kilowatt per hour cost for consumers in 2023 or beyond?
This is one of the most popular questions we hear all the time. The main thruster for not renewable project, but the main thruster for mitigation projects, the main thruster for mitigation projects, first of all, is to ensure resiliency of the distribution system. Of course, the whole intent also is subsequently, once we have been able to underground and once we have been able to include more of our efficient generation systems, then one of the outcomes of fallout from doing all of these projects is that the rates to the customers will be reduced.
All right, any other questions? No, thank you very much. All right, up next, I believe we have the Economic Development Authority. I think they're on Zoom. Can we get that one put up? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Biggs, are you here? We cannot hear you when he is talking.
You hearing me?
Yes, sir. You are good to go.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon. Wayne Biggs, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. And first, let me apologize for not being there in person. The airlines were not cooperating, and so flights were difficult to get back and forth, as well as hotels. So I'm glad that Commissioner Boshoki is doing so well in regard to tourism, where it's very difficult to find a hotel room, either in St. Thomas, St. John, or on St. Croix. At the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, we have several different programs, and we're primarily going to talk about the EDC program today. I will share my screen, and it should be shared. Okay, so we're looking at the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission, the fiscal years 2023-2024 revenue projections. Unlike a lot of other entities, we don't necessarily drive revenues directly to the agency. Most of our revenues are driven to the tax base of the general fund as a result of attracting investment here into the territory. In regard to time elements, we like to indicate what economic development is, and we use the International Economic Development Council's definition, which indicates that it's as a program, group of policies or activity that seeks to improve the economic well-being and quality of life for a community by creating and or retaining jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base. So that's what we try to do. We try to advance growth. We try to provide job opportunities and wealth generation. And then we also try to stabilize the tax base here in the territory. Oftentimes we hear the EDC come under basically scrutiny in reference to providing 90% tax breaks to entities, but we like to indicate that most of the time, and the majority of our cases, these entities would not be in the territory, so we're not losing any tax base. What we are is we're gaining the 10% when we attract a new company here. We gain the capital investment that our company is required to put into that operation. We gain the employment, wages, and benefits, including paid time off, 401k, donated leave, a variety of different fringe benefits that they have to offer. We gain the charitable contributions that they make to our educational activities, but also to our nonprofits. And then something that's really not talked about often is that we only provide a 90% reduction on the income that's generated from the EDC operation. So when many of these individuals come here and they're bona fide residents of the territory, although we provide that 90% on the EDC portion of their income, the tax income that they bring because of their other investments or other activities, we tax 100%. So that's a significant amount. So tax incentives are intended to spur economic growth that would not have otherwise occurred. And as I've indicated, that's what we try to do by attracting new investment here to the territory. With a few exceptions, we don't allow for a tax reduction on income that's generated here in the territory. So we don't do any retail type organizations for entities that have a dual customer base where they may be doing asset management for individuals on the mainland and individuals here in the territory. We will reduce the 90% of the fees that are generated from the individuals of the mainland, but the customers that are here in the territory, they have to pay the full tax amount on those investments or those fees that they gain as a regard of doing those investments. The exceptions basically in regard to local income is basically in manufacturing, where we allow manufacturers to get a 90% reduction on items that they wholesale here locally. If they retail, they do not get the tax reduction on the retail. And of course, hotel and resorts, where the customer base is both off-island, individual, and residents. So benefits to the territory as a result of the EDC companies being here, their income tax, their payroll taxes, their property taxes. We only reduce property tax on the property that the operation is being used for. So if somebody purchases a home, they have to pay the full property tax on that home. If they have an operation and the operation owns several lots, but only one is used in the operation, we do continue to tax the other lots that's not being used in the operation. Also franchise taxes and stamp taxes. Again, note on income tax, we get 10% of the VI EDC corporate income tax. We get 10% of the VI EDC income tax. We get a full tax rate on the non-VI EDC personal income, as I indicated. And then no tax incentive benefits are taken on income derived from services provided in the USVI. To achieve benefits, the company that's coming in has to do a minimum capital investment of $100,000, and that capital investment has to be something that can be shown on their financial statements. And then they have to purchase goods and services here locally to the greatest extent possible. So what we do is we transfer some of the taxes that we give to them into gross receipt tax into other industries. So as they purchase locally, those companies now increase their gross revenues, which now they pay additional taxes on. The benefits to the territory in reference to having a company come in is a minimum of 5 hires for financial companies or 10 full-time hires for non-financial companies. So the bulk of our portfolio are the 10 full-time employees. 80% of the full-time positions have to be filled by Virgin Islands residents, and residents are defined as being in the territory 1 year prior to hire. 20% of the management, supervisory, and technical positions must be filled also by Virgin Islands residents. Pension plan, medical insurance, dental insurance, paid time off, and other leaves as required by law. Management training programs. Each company is required to have a management training program in place to train up employees. And then also tuition reimbursement programs are also a benefit to the territory. Additional statutory requirements are a $3,000 annual payment to the Board of Education, a $2,500 annual payment to the Department of Labor in reference to creating a recruiting website of Virgin Islands who may live abroad or live in the territory to assist in reference to hiring local. Charitable contributions annually to local nonprofits, 501c entities and or government programs, and then education assistance, including internships and scholarships. Historically, new applicant statistics, and you can see in 2021 we had a significant growth. So similar to the tourism industry, there is a lot of interest in the EDC program here in the Virgin Islands, and we hope to continue to see that. Already in the first quarter, we've seen 4 new applications for 2022. The number of jobs created in 2021, you can see, was 108. Basically, 2022, we've already have a commitment for 28 jobs. Approximately wages in 2021, new wages, was roughly $8.3 billion. 2022 was already committed to 1.9 million. Potential investment, 2021, 6.7 million. In 2022, about 300,000. Anticipated total taxes over 5 years in millions based on projections. So if those projections are reached for those new companies, in 2021, we anticipate over the next 5 years, those new companies will generate about $33 million in new taxes. And already for 2022, those companies are projected over a 5-year period about $29.2 or $29,200,000 in taxes. So significant tax amounts in reference to these new companies coming into the territory. Basically, that's our new applicant historical data. So you've seen that we've these years, 2021, we had, 1 hotel and guest house, 2 manufacturers, 1 healthcare facility, 0 recreational facilities, and then 14 designated services entities. So the designated service entity seems to be the most popular. Already this year, we're now negotiating with some additional hotels for tax incentives. So we're hoping to get those hotels off the ground and have some new hotel development here in the territory. Our economic impact analysis, which we're in the process of getting updated. The last impact analysis we did was for 2013 to 2015. But you could see the full-time jobs average about 6,436 per year, but it ended up being about 19,300 jobs. Charitable contributions over that period was about $19.7 million per year. Over that 3-year period, the average was about $3.23 million per year. Taxes paid over the 3-year period was $309 million, roughly $103 billion per year. Wages and salary averaged about $1 billion. So the average wages paid per year was $339 million. And then the territory-wide economic output from the EDC companies for the period 2013 to 2015 was roughly $1.5 billion, roughly $500 million per year. Total taxes and duties paid. You can see we've had a little decline since the hurricane, but we expect these entities to bounce back significantly. You can see 17, the hurricane season. In 18, it was declined. 19, it went down a little more. We anticipate with COVID, it probably will stay steady as it was in 19, but we expect it to increase in 22, 23, 24. And again, we're adding new companies regularly to our basis. So the fiscal impact to the U.S. Virgin Islands economy is total taxes paid by via EDC beneficiaries, plus the taxes paid on global income equals money into the USVI economy. We're doing basically a 2-year projection, and our goal is to at least increase our tax base by $5 million a year. So we're trying to attract companies. So the first year would be $5 million, the second year will be $10 million, and it'll keep compounding out. So that's the goal for the authority in regard to its attraction of EDC companies here to the territory. And that's basically it for our presentation, and we're open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions for Mr. Wayne Biggs over at Economic Development Authority? Okay, it appears we do not. Okay, so next up, we have Vice President Haldane Davies for the University of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone, governors, senators, colleagues. I'm Haldane Davies, Vice President for Business Development and Innovation at UVI. We've been asked to share with you, and you can keep the slides rolling, please, because what I'll be speaking about would be shown on the screen. But we've been asked to present a bit about our capital projects, some of the things that we're working on right now, what's in the pipeline, and how we project these to present themselves in the years to come. As you would see, as the document comes up, and we'll try to keep it rolling as we can do so as expeditiously as possible to make sure that we're able to proceed here. The first item that you will see on the screen will be our Medical Research and Training Center on the Oliver E. Kane campus on St. Thomas. That building is projected at $22 million. We recently signed a contract on that, and we'll be projecting out momentarily as we proceed. Would you like me to hold for a quick minute? Okay.
Yes, we're trying to get that straight. Again, being told Ford EcoSport is blocking out several people up on the hill. TGO 859, Ford EcoSport. You're blocking in several of the directors and commissioners who are trying to leave. Could you please move your vehicle?
Okay, all right, here we go. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I haven't seen ladies there, so gentlemen, thank you. And what we are looking at here on the screen is a Medical Research and Training Center. This is a front plan view projected at $22 million. The section to the right that has been constructed but not internally completed as yet. And we are adding an additional 17,000 square feet of labs for research in the area of infectious disease, tropical disease, health disparities, Alzheimer's, and a number of other areas. Next slide. And as I was saying when I started earlier, that contract has been signed and is in the process of being executed and the contractor mobilizing. Next slide. This is just a review of that area, and this is the actual facility of the first phase that has been established. Next slide. And now we look good to St. Croix, to the Medical Simulation Center. It's $15.6 million. This is ongoing with the internal build-out. It's a state-of-the-art, up-to-date facility that we'll all be very proud of. And as we have the opportunity, when we have the dedication and ribbon cutting on this in the next several months, we'll also be able to experience what's happening in this particular arena in support of medical education and our health and well-being here across the territory. Next slide. This is just an actual photo of the front of the facility, and the next slide shows that also. And as you go to the next, it will indicate the Research and Business Innovation Center on St. Thomas. This is a former West Bay supermarket that was acquired by the University of the Virgin Islands. We're in the process of the build-out. This is a $12 million project. And on the bottom and second floors will be the Innovation Center. We hope to come up with new discoveries in this area that could be patented and scaled up and sold around the world, with royalties coming back to the university and to the territory. And next slide. This is just a layout for what the interior looks like. And as you look to the back, you see a number of tables and chairs. That will be our Culinary Arts Center on this facility here on the St. Thomas side. We hope to come up with one for the Albert A. Sheen campus on St. Croix in the years to come. Next slide. This is the second floor of the Innovation Center. And as you go to the next slide, you will see our projected new nursing building, $6.5 million on St. Croix. We hope to make sure that as we continue to support health education here, that we have the opportunity to produce more and more nurses, to have a more permanent facility for our students to get the best education possible. Next slide. This is what we refer to now as our aspirational projects. There are two of them. Yes, sir. Governor.
Good morning. Good afternoon. The nursing facility, when is that slated to start? Is that funded?
That's not funded yet, but we hope to be able to move forward with that. Excellent, excellent. Sure, certainly. It will happen. All right. This is our aspirational project, the first of two that I'll share. This is our energy and facilities upgrade for us to be able to have an entire energy improvement and retrofit throughout the entire university, both on St. Thomas and on St. Croix. And so the next slide gives an indication also where we'll have a lot of parking, covered lots and carports, rooftops, and some other areas on the ground. That's about $87 million. We're having very serious conversations on these right now, and if approval is granted by a board of trustees, we hope to proceed as quickly as we can. And then the next one, and that's a public-private partnership. And this is our second public-private partnership, aspirational, which is a hotel, villas, and conference center on St. Thomas. This is, again, we are quite a bit along in our conversations, and this is valued at $259 million. And we hope to push this forward. It's going to relate and anchor back to our hospitality and tourism studies program, improve culinary arts facilities. We hope to see a number, I won't get into all of the details here of the number of keys and all the rest, but this is what we hope to have. Next slide. So overall, and not included in this list, is another $21 million from our hurricane recovery projects that we are still working on, that will bring that overall total to about $490 million in investments over the next couple of years. So our projects are all listed here. There's one that I did not mention, that's the Humanities Building on St. Thomas. We hope to replace that building that has been there on campus for many, many years, and it's in need of great repair and replacement. So we are looking seriously at adjusting what could be done there. So the University of the Virgin Islands is focused in being a responsible, continuing to be a responsible member of our community. We want to ensure that we do what's required of us to represent this territory and represent us all well, and to ensure that we get to a stage where we continue to monetize our assets with the private sector to allow greater efforts for resiliency and sustainability of the university moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Any questions?
What happens if to all of these buildings, if the medical school doesn't get approved?
Very good question. These projects, the Medical Simulation Center is funded by the Economic Development Administration. The Medical Simulation Center can operate on its own for any particular type of medical training and opportunities. The Medical Research and Training Center on St. Thomas, again, in a similar way, could operate with advanced science technology. Our labs will be outstanding. The addition that we're putting on of about 17,000 square feet, that's modeled after NIH specifications for labs that would allow us to bring many grants into the territory for advanced research. So those opportunities still stand. But as we go forward with our overall view, we, as you would note, in the release this week, we, as an applicant, and we need some additional resources to support and to demonstrate to the accrediting agency that there will be real sustainability for that program moving forward. But to answer your question, Governor, the facilities will still be used and used wisely.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the presentation. I know in your presentation, when it comes to the conference center and hotel, I don't recall you stated how many rooms have a base food. How many rooms are we speaking to?
Yes, I skipped over that because I said I didn't want to go into all those details. But we're looking at the upper upscale facility with at least a little under roughly 200 keys, a combination of regular rooms and villas.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. Other questions, queries, comments? Say no. Or else thereafter. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, thank you. Okay, so up next, we have Executive Director Peter Chapman for the UVI Research and Tech Park.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Peter Chapman, and I lead the Research and Technology Park Corporation for the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to the governor, members of the legislature, commissioners and directors, and the listening and viewing audience. So I've got...
Could you step a little closer so you could be in it?
Oh, okay, gotcha. Great. So I've got just a few slides, which I'm going to go through very briefly, and then I'll pause for questions. I'm going to start with not assuming that the listening audience really knows what the RT Park is, so I want to hit some of the high points. The RT Park is a now 20-year-old economic development organization in the territory, established by some very visionary folks who were affiliated with UVI a long time ago, and we've evolved quite a bit over the last several decades. But at the end of the day, our role is to facilitate the strengthening and diversification of the economy by harnessing opportunities in tech, in advanced industries, and also in sustainable development, which for us means sustainable agriculture, ocean economy, and clean energy and renewable energy. We are 100% self-funded, which means that we support ourselves not through an appropriation, but we earn revenue through our fees, and we use that revenue to support our operation and our programs. And I should also point out, I'm glad that my friend Wayne Biggs mentioned at the start of his presentation the International Economic Development Council, which is the leading trade association for economic developers in the United States and North America. And the RT Park was designated 2 years ago as a best-in-class economic development organization in North America, which is a very important distinction. So some of the high points, going over the numbers. So we have 5 verticals. So one is business attraction, the other is entrepreneurship, support. The other is talent development and talent acquisition. The other is real estate development. And the fifth area is access to capital. So looking at some of the work that we've been doing in the business attraction space, utilizing tax incentives, but also other elements of the value proposition for the territory, we've made a lot of progress in growing our portfolio of companies, new to market companies that are benefiting from the tax exemption program and other benefits that the RT Park offers. We don't just provide tax incentives, we do economic development, and the tax incentives are simply one tool in the arsenal. Those 75 companies range from a number of different data-oriented and IT sectors. We've also done fairly well in the last few years in attracting more companies in the sustainable development space, as well as healthcare and life sciences. And I'm pleased to say that 45 of the 75 companies in our portfolio were recruited by us over the last 3.5 years. It was 2018 when we made the decision to take the RT Parks model to a different level and start functioning like a best-in-class, comprehensive economic development organization. And I've got a very high-performing team that does great work. So a few other things to know about us. We operate an accelerator program, which is a program, intensive program for growing early-stage entrepreneurs. I mentioned talent retention and attraction. We've implemented a new program called Vista Plus, which identifies talent from throughout the Virgin Islands diaspora and connects it with companies that need talent here in the Virgin Islands, tech companies. Real estate development, the hallmark project is Tech Village, a project that we'll be breaking ground on Q4 of this year. So thanks to executive branch, legislative branch, we're making significant progress. So this is just an overview of our revenue streams. I'm not going to go through this in gross detail in the interest of time, but I'll show you some of the numbers. Whoops. So since 2018, which is when we made a radical shift to our business model, we've grown our overall revenues by over 60%, 60%. And this year, we're expecting another good year. I should also point out that not all of that 7.1 or estimated $7.6 million is money that supports the RT Park programs. Roughly $2.2 million of that is money that we generate for the University of the Virgin Islands. Through our business attraction work, we are able to give the university quite a bit of money. And I believe, and I'm sure Haldane can confirm this, I think what we generate for the university now makes up more than 50% of the university's annual fund, so we're very proud of that. We are looking to diversify our revenue streams going forward, in addition to making progress on the other priorities. In conclusion, I also want to say that this year, once we break ground on Tech Village, we plan to start working in earnest on what we call pre-development planning for a catalytic project on St. Thomas. And finally, we're looking at fully implementing our Catalyst Fund, which is our inaugural revolving loan program. So with that said, I will pause for questions. Thank you. That's it. You guys are easy.
Thank you very much. And we will now move in. I will make a switch in the presentation. And it's really an honor. I think the director indicated this is the first time, actually, since the sin taxes were implemented, that we have the private sector here. So we're glad to have the chamber president from both St. Thomas and St. John District and the St. Croix District as well. So we will start off with the St. Thomas District. Mr. John Woods. Please give him a round of applause. They won't have numbers, but they will give us an update on the conditions of the private sector.
Thank you, Sean. No, we don't have numbers today. We came to hear the numbers today, and the numbers sound very encouraging. Anyway, good day. Thank you for including us and the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce in this Spring Revenue Conference. My name is John Woods. I'm the first Vice President, President-elect of the St. Thomas St. John Chamber. I'll make a few comments on the status of the business community within our particular district, and the St. Croix president will make on his district. In general, it's no surprise to any of us here that the business community, private sector has experienced major upheavals as a result of the 2017 hurricanes and most recently the COVID-19 pandemic. My discussion is going to center around three primary industries in the St. Thomas St. John district. They are construction, retail, and hospitality. In construction, as we all know, the 2017 hurricanes devastated the built infrastructure of the United States Virgin Islands. The process of restoration has been slow and arduous, as many of us have witnessed. Even so, the Virgin Islands government has been able to secure billions of dollars for restoration and rebuilding in our territory. We heard about that earlier. So the construction industry, which is an industry I'm engaged in, has been and remains very robust since the hurricanes. And we expect this trend to continue for at least the next 5 years as major reconstructions, such as schools, hospitals, public housing, and many other government structures are rebuilt, and even the physical infrastructure such as WAPA and roadways, as these all come online. There's another area where construction and speculation is very active in our area, and that's in the increase in overnight and short-term rentals since the easing of the pandemic. And this has produced many investors looking for properties to invest in, particularly in the hospitality area. We hope this trend continues, and as the world opens up and we don't move away from being the center of hospitality, as Commissioner Buchelter referenced. On myself personally, I am involved in 4 different hospitality projects. And so we see that the traditional hotel on the beach is not the only type of investing that is being done right now. Overnight business is looking into other avenues that'll be, I think, more economically beneficial to our visitors that come here. In retail and hospitality for the past 2 years during the pandemic, the cruise calls were suspended. Retail sales in the main shopping areas of downtown, Havenside, and Crown Bay were devastated. Gross receipts for all of those areas slowed to a trickle as many merchants struggled to survive with no ships coming into the territory. On the other hand, Airbnb rentals, car rentals, supermarkets, restaurants, they have experienced substantial upticks since the pandemic has started to ease. So the gross receipts tax collection on overnight hotel and villa rentals has surged in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Many of the rentals have started to come back to landlords. In some cases, during the pandemic, rents were abated completely. I would say that right now we're approximately at about 75%. It's going to take some time to get to 100%. Some of the landlords have gotten back to that level, and we hope and wait to see what else will come from that. It's going to take a while to get the gross receipts taxes back to where they were in the downtown district, given the present projections. So we remain certainly cautiously optimistic that this trend will continue that we are starting to see with the increase of overnight tourism, the coming back of the cruise ships, and of course the rebuilding of the territory. We're certainly encouraged and hope that some of the incentives in downtown that have started, particularly with the Veterans Drive Phase 1 project, will continue all the way to the end by the Blyden Terminal. Thank you. If there are any questions, I can answer.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Since
Woods.
you mentioned the rent and the landlords, we would appreciate it if the chamber put some downward pressure on the landlords, especially in Main Street, so at least we could have those buildings open, if not like put them for sale. Recently, Creaky Alley and International Plaza was sold. The government is interested in creating some kind of rental assistance program for local businesses to get on Main Street. So we would be very appreciative of that. One of the things I would like to see the legislature do that we're working on putting together is a art ADC program where we would allow artists to buy, sell, and live with those ADC benefits if they locate in downtown Frederickstead, downtown Charlotte Amalie, and Christiansted. Those things will help us get Main Street back up, and then we have this idea for Backstreet, creating an opportunity to do locally sanctioned murals on the back of all those buildings going down there to kind of attract people to Backstreet as a art piece. So we would love support on that, as well as more so in St. Croix than in St. Thomas, moving forward on the surrounding neighborhoods, getting some of these derelict properties back up and running so we don't look so destitute, and the government is willing to assist in funding those as well.
Well, as it pertains to downtown and pressuring landlords, as you know, two primary properties, International Plaza and Royal Dane Mall, were owned by the same owner for many years, and that owner did not develop them at all. And they're major eyesores in downtown. They have been recently sold, and I know that the present owner is considering a hospitality type project there. I think downtown needs certainly help from the government to help spark other types of businesses. What I find from the landlords is the price structure that they expect is just not realistic once you get further west than Radersgata. and they obviously need to adjust their price points, but they may need some incentive to reduce those price points to attract other types of diversified businesses.
Well, a couple of things that we're doing now. By midsummer, September, you should see a new vendors plaza. Those kiosks have already been ordered and should be being installed sometime this summer. Construction is about to begin after like at least 15 years of begging for it, for permanent bathrooms right there on the corner of Vendors Plaza. That bid is a design build, and it's already been designed, so they're about to start building. And then in Enid Bar, we have the money, and I think we're in design for the bathrooms and the hospitality center. It's going to be another place where local vendors can sell. And we're looking at, if we ever get this cannabis legislation passed, to be able to create some of the centers for those dispensary in Market Square, so we can attract eateries and other activity to Western Charlotte Amalia. We expanded the enterprise zone now to include Summer Waterfront, Lucy's down there in that area. We have plans to expand it again. If we could see the kind of development come on board, really supporting, to your point, hospitality projects in downtown. So we have a lot of incentives for creating downtown activities in all our towns. Most significant is Veteran Drive 1 and 2 in St. Thomas, as well as the addition of the hotel that we're supporting for Waiko Dock, which is a 100-room hotel. Even though it's in Haven site, it should produce more downtown activity as well, too, because we're gonna have that beautiful walkway in the evening. You go walk to dinner in downtown Charlotte Amalie in the evening, all the way down to Frenchtown once Veteran Drive is complete.
Okay, well, thank you for that help. Of course, the Vendors Plaza, as I've told the commissioner, is a temporary location that you will be putting those kiosks. They'll be moved to a more permanent one when we redo that area. One of the challenges, Governor, downtown is parking, as you well know. And we really do need a global look at downtown parking. With the completion of the Main Street project, there really is no parking downtown. And I think getting something done on the western end of Charlotte Amalie is what will be a huge catalyst for reviving that area. So we can talk further on that, and we have some ideas how to assist with that.
Yes, thank you so much. I do have a question. It's very good presentation, Mr. Woods. In looking at all of the areas you focused on in your discussion, have you seen in any way areas wherein that we need or the businesses need more assistance from the government, and tell us where that area, I know you spoke about parking, which was one of the items I was going to ask you about, because I know parking is another item, but is there any other area you definitely know we as a government need to beef up to make our business owners more comfortable and secure and alike?
Well, in at least talking again about downtown, when we've asked for assistance from the government, it's been in shopping areas for police presence. That has always been responded to. We certainly would like to see more of the services related to solid waste pickup and so forth. I think the changes made within licensing recently that the commissioner alluded to in his presentation is going to help businesses tremendously to get their licenses renewed. That's always been one of the major complaints when IRB shows up and tells you you owe taxes from 10 years ago, and you only kept your records for 5 years, so you can't prove that you paid them. So that becomes a real challenge for many businesses in the past to stay active. With that hindrance removed, that's going to help quite a bit. In conclusion, we get pretty good response from the government in general. I don't think many of the businesses can complain otherwise. We all want lower WAPA rates. What about that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Woods. We'll now go right into the St. Croix Chamber, which is Attorney Akil St. John. Round of applause, please.
Oh, yeah. I'll be a lot shorter than that. Good afternoon, everybody. It is an absolute honor to be before you today representing the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce. I understand that both of the chambers have not been present in recent years. That's been mentioned maybe 3 or 4 times. That's before my time and before John's time, but we certainly will be involved moving forward. And Mr. George has actually told me that we're actually a statutory member. That was interesting. So I pulled up the statute and saw that the chamber is actually statutorily a member, and so we're glad to participate, and we will be participating moving forward. Thank you for inviting the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce to participate in the 2022 Spring Revenue Conference. It's an honor to address the economic condition of St. Croix with this esteemed group. My name is Akil St. John, and as mentioned, I'm chairman of the board of directors of the St. Croix Chamber of Commerce. It will be obvious to most of you that the last few years have presented significant challenges for the business community on St. Croix. First, we were ravaged by Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Just when it felt like we were starting to recover, we were confronted with a global pandemic that quite literally shut the entire sectors of the economy down. And during the midst of the pandemic-related shutdown, the Lime Tree Bay refinery closed its doors, according to a government study by Dr. Degazon, cost the Virgin Islands $2 billion in economic activity. That's billion with a B. Talk about an economic triple whammy. Today, many businesses are still reeling from the economic onslaught. Countless industries on St. Croix have been affected, including transportation, maintenance, engineering, manufacturing, and many other industries. Many of our favorite restaurants closed their doors, especially restaurants that serviced the refinery in the central part of the island. A recent study conducted by Delegate Plaskett's office chronicled the sheer devastation wrought on St. Croix by the refinery's closure. Surveys respondents mentioned decreased charter flights, boat charters, decreased restaurant revenue, tenants not being able to afford rent, and so on and so forth. So this is not hyperbole. Anybody who's ever been to St. Croix, even familiar with St. Croix, knows the importance of the refinery to St. Croix's economy. So I just had to mention that as president of the chamber. With respect to the pandemic-related shutdowns, obviously there's some economic issues there. Totally justified. The CDC says you have capacity regulations and so on. But of course, that results in less revenue. That being said, we believe it is clear that brighter days are ahead. Hotels have indicated that business is picking up, and we heard as much from our Commissioner of Tourism. As the pandemic-related restrictions have eased, businesses have begun reporting increased economic activity. Tourists are flocking to the territory. Restaurants appear fuller. Small businesses are popping up left and right. And those who would normally be short-term vacationers are now converting into extended stays. And this was written before I heard the commissioner's presentation. So everything appears to be in line. All of this will undoubtedly result in increased tax collection. And I must actually mention and commend DLCA as well. I'll join in John Woods in commending DLCA for what they've done. The Chamber has historically had a lot of issues with license renewals and so on and so forth, and we must give Jack his jacket. Commissioner Evangelista has really sped up the process for business licenses, and especially with untying the renewal to IRB. That's something that just, I don't think there was any basis in statute. You shut somebody down who's trying to run a business to pay back taxes. That's just kind of irrational anyway, right? So we applaud DLCA for all of the work, corporations and the various agencies that have really made it much easier to do business. We actually had some productive meetings with Ray Martinez of the police force as well. We're seeing increased patrols in Christiansted, which has pleased a lot of the business community. So we are very optimistic. Again, thanks for inviting us, and we look forward to participating with you guys in the future.
Well, one of the opportunities we have is, that I have been discussing with my chief of staff and my trustee director of OMB, is what we could do with ARPA funds for small businesses. We know we have $56 million. That's St. Thomas and St. Croix, because I know people say, oh, why only for St. Croix? $56 million of state small business credit initiative that we're waiting for approval from, and we're hoping to get that. And what that will allow us to do is leverage that to up to $560 million of investment. We're trying to get some small business tools in the form of lines of credit. We're bringing new banking to the territory to allow for more small business investment, and we've upped the limits, or we're in the process of upping the limits on some of those loans in the EDC to $100,000, and the signing ability of the EDC director up to $50,000. So he has an in-house credit committee that could sign for up to $50,000. You don't need to go to the board. What else is it that you would like to see? Because with all of the federal loan programs and all the other stuff that's going on and the training, we just at a loss for how else to help small business. One of the things about the great emphasis of making everybody to come back to work was a small business impetus, because the lunch places have been really hurt because people don't go out to lunch when they're home. So what else can we do?
That's a very, very good question and good points, Governor. There's obviously been a credit problem in the Virgin Islands for a long time. That's not news. That applies to home ownership. It applies to small business loans. And so certainly I think we can improve a lot in that regard. The Chamber's been working very closely with SBA. We actually just signed a memorandum of understanding with them to try to explore whatever avenues possible to increase that. So certainly, Governor, whatever efforts you have, the Chamber would be supportive of that. With regard to what can be done, I'll gain some brownie points with my board by mentioning this, but I think gross receipts, has been something that's the bane of a lot of small businesses. It doesn't apply, obviously, to EDA, but a lot of small businesses complain about it. So that's something we could look at. I think raising it to 5% was supposed to be temporary. I'm not sure, but that's what they tell me. So, it's a little regressive. Some of them, I'm not, I got to mention it, that, some of them will say that, it's a regressive tax. A sales tax would be better, because a lot of times when there are multiple vendors involved, like say Plaza Extra buys something from a vendor, they factor in the gross receipts into that good. Then when Plaza sells it to the restaurant factors in the 5%. So by the time it gets down to the end consumer, which is the person in the restaurant, that's already 10 or 15%, because everybody just passes the gross receipts down the line. And so, in many states, they just have a sales tax, so you avoid that kind of like compounding effect. So that's one thing I think we should look at. Obviously, that's long term, but that's something a lot of people in the business community talk about.
Senator Fred Gregory had commissioned a tax study. We've been kind of distracted. We've named a board. I think we got to get them to get their first meeting. I just spoke to one of my staffers about that. And that's one of the things that they're going to look taxation totally in a territory, and how do we convert to a gross, from a gross receipt to a sales tax. But one of the things that I think the community should look at, and I hate to say this because as soon as I say it, some senator gonna preempt me, but I see all of them gone, so. Oh yeah, you got one of them back there. The ceiling for gross receipts payment is at 250,000. Maybe we need to move that up a little bit in order to allow for more small business growth. And that's been a problem for a long time. People who pay over that, if we were to move that ceiling up, I think we would solve some problems there. But you can't do those things without really looking at your tax and seeing, like there may be only 2 businesses under that cap. So it sounds good politically, but has no effect. Right. So that's why the tax commission study is important, and we'll get that underway for you. And you know, I'll tell you one thing, I hate forgiving taxes or reducing taxes to what it used to be. When you talk about the gross receipt tax being temporary, I never thought it was temporary. I thought it was permanent. But I'll say this, 2 things. It is so hard to create taxes because no politician wants to ever raise taxes. So when you got it, you keep it. And the second thing is, you know, when we reduce taxes, I remember when the light bill was 53 cents a kilowatt hour and taxes were going through the roof and everything. When the prices go down, the consumer never gets the benefit of that. So all the prices stay the same and we don't collect any revenue. So those are the 2 things. And right now, our consumers need a little bit of relief. I mean, the energy isn't going to have an effect on everything for us because everything is imported. And just the US inflation at 5% last year is killing us. I mean, we haven't even begun to feel what it's going to feel like. So that's where our heads are focused. How do we reduce inflation to create some ease on the consumer, businesses included? Thank you.
Thanks, Governor.
So back to the governor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dimitri James. I'm a business owner. I'm an entrepreneur. I have several businesses here. And I don't know where the IRB director went, but I'm going to have a conversation with him in the coming weeks about my gross receipts, especially over the COVID. But I employ about 12 employees just at one of the businesses, the restaurants. And with that being paid out, over $100,000 in wages paid. So what we go through, especially in the restaurant business, where he mentioned we might pay a distributor, whether it's Plaza Extra, a distributor, we pay the 5% cost built in to our food cost. And then we turn around and we have to sell it to the consumer at a reasonable rate, but then still figure out how we keep the lights on, keep everyone employed, and then pay the 5%. So I know you say you have to look at it by study, you have to kind of do a study, but there's a lot of small businesses like myself. If we don't figure it out and we're smart about it, you're gonna lose employment and you're gonna lose local entrepreneurs because, and a lot, especially right now in these years, the 5% has not been feasible with us. Really and truly, I've been working to pay the 5%. I'm working for the US government. I mean the USVI government. So whatever we can do there, definitely we would appreciate it. And I think I speak on behalf of a lot of the other small businesses.
So we have, and thank you for that, Dimitri. I never knew what your real name was. In the past, we have done, I mean, we always attack tax situations when we're in crisis. So when it was raised was in the DeYoung administration when we were going through those very hard times, and the business community argued, right, John? You're raising it 25% on us. And we were saying, no, we're only raising it 1 point. Yes, but it's 25% increase in the tax. Taxation should never be broad brush. It should be looked at by industry and seeing what do you want to create the effect in your community. Because yes, taxation is meant to increase government revenues, but it's also meant to support and incentivize certain business. You could use it as a tool, and we've never really done that. So things like prescription. I have a good friend who's a pharmacist that's always in my ear about having to pay a 5% gross receipt on very expensive drugs that she can't mark up because people can't afford it. People can't afford to pay for those drugs. And she's paying, what she's saying, I pay on the gross amount that I paid for that drug, right? And even my markup is 1%, I have to pay 5% on that. So those are the kind of things we have to think about when we're doing markup of the gross receipt. I would love to see a conversion to a sales tax. Of course, the consumer will start to complain about that. We've been a long time duty-free in the Virgin Islands. That would eliminate that. We would actually have a duty now. And then there's some other things where we get a lot of pushback. The last time I said this, you know, this trend on the internet is not going to stop. You know, as long as there's the Amazons and the eBays of the world, things are going to start to come in here at an even faster rate. People are going to be able to shop in the night instead of going to places like Plaza and get their stuff delivered. All of our businesses are going to be under attack. That's why we have to figure out a way to have an internet sales tax for the Virgin Islands so we could level up playing field, because yeah, you're going to be able to order food to your house. It's going to come next day, Air Express or by drone. But guess what? Nobody will have jobs because all those little jobs in the community will be eliminated. So those are the things we got to think about when we talk about Vision 2040 and what we're planning. Those kinds of threats to small island communities are very, very real. That's why we're investing in distance learning and technology so people could work other places, because a lot of the jobs, the little entry jobs you're seeing, are going to disappear. Grocery stores are not going to need cashiers. You just pick up what you want, and to get outside, it'll just scan everything and ring it. By your cart will tell you how much you owe. If you're going through the door and you'll pass, and you just press your watch and you'll pay and you go through. That's where the world going, and we got to have policy that keeps up with that. So thank you for your concern.
Are you finished, Governor? We'll move on. Thank you very much. So we had the chambers. Now we're going to move to the Public Finance Authority. I think the Director Nathan Simmons is in there. Here he comes. We'll procure up his presentation. We have a little technical difficulty. We're trying to finish up, but we have you now. How are you doing, sir?
Good afternoon. While they get ready, just let me say, Governor, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Governor, that the gross receipts is temporary until the corporate income tax reach 185 million. So tell the businesses, all those businesses that Evangelista said he's getting, tell them pay the corporate income tax and the gross receipt will go down. That's one of the problems. You know, everybody switched to LLC and whatnot, and so, you know, corporate income tax went. So if we get the corporate income tax up, we could get a gross receipts tax down.
It's up like 30% this year already. I mean, that's an answer for not paying taxes, period, right? Because corporations will tell us, well, you know, we'll lay off 50 people. If you want us to pay our taxes, you close our business because we don't have a tax clearance letter. So you're losing more money in terms of the impact of the community.
Yep.
I ain't trying to pay that kind of Where they don't have sales taxes. They don't have no personal income tax in Texas and Florida, right?
Yeah, there are a couple of places that also have a gross receipt.
Neither do we.
We don't have any state tax.
So the answer is putting it on the consumer, or which legislature you can do that?
Director, you could just forget about me if it can't bring it up, you know what I mean? Huh? Well, let me get my notes then.
Sorry, one of our computers went down, so we're putting on the other one so we can get it finished up. So sorry for the inconvenience. Be patient with us.
So we need a streaming.
It's streaming still. Oh, wow. But the computer for the presentations. No,
My team doesn't make this.
oh, nice. That's a nice job. We really jabbing like that, you know. We're going to go ahead and start talking. Is the topic ready to go?
Oh. All right. Well, good afternoon again, and thank you for inviting us to this revenue estimating conference. The presentation today basically will touch on three main areas, which would provide a summary of the PFA-related revenue inflows to the government, provide a summary of capital projects that are funded with bond proceeds provided by the PFA, and also provide a summary of the debt service for the government of the Virgin Islands. You would need to be able to see the next slide, which is a summary of the inflows so that we could show the comparison for the matching fund revenues that are contributed to the general fund from the tax on rum that we export to the United States. All right, next slide. Equipment overheat. I think what we're showing is that the matching fund revenues contributed to the general fund in fiscal year 22, you see, was $45.7 million. This is monies that were contributed directly from the tax revenue that is rebated to the government from the rum that we export to the United States. And we contributed $45 million in fiscal year 2022. In 2023, we're only projecting $2.1 million, and the reason for that is basically because we have refunded the bonds and sold the revenue to the special purpose vehicle that issued new bonds. So what we've done basically is to switch out the bonds from the PFA to this special purpose vehicle. So, and in doing so, we were also able to generate some additional revenue that we're going to be contributing towards the GERS to pay the unfunded liability. So over the next 30 years, we'll be paying the GERS almost $4 billion as a result of the transaction that we did in refinancing those bonds, creating the securitization corporation, and having that corporation issue bonds that would utilize the revenue from the matching fund as a source of repayment. And also we got monies from the Community Facilities Trust, about $1.2 million. Lonesome Dove. Lonesome Dove is a corporation that owned several oil royalty interests in the United States. The owner created what was then called a 28A company here in the Virgin Islands. It was sort of like a shell corporation and was trying to avoid paying taxes. Of course, we caught up with it. And as a result of the court action, the government took ownership of the company for about $35 million in outstanding taxes. You go back, please. Back one more. Okay, yeah. So that's Lonesome Dove. We get about $1 million we're projecting from that source. Lime Tree Bay Terminals. The terminals, right now we're projecting the minimum payment of about $7 million a year. Because of the bankruptcy of the refinery, the refinery was the terminal's biggest customer. So as a result of the refinery bankruptcy, the revenue from the terminal has gone down. So we're projecting only the minimum until we know for sure what's going to be happening with the new refinery. Also, in terms of revenue from the refinery, as you see, we're not projecting any revenues from the refinery in fiscal year 22 and 23. They filed for bankruptcy, of course, in 2021. And we are still waiting to know what the EPA is going to approve in terms of the new refinery coming online. So once that happens, of course, then they'll be negotiating with the government to assume the agreement that we had with Lime Tree Refinery. Okay, next slide. This is a summary of the capital budgets for capital projects that we have at the PFA. These projects, we don't actually manage these projects. These projects are managed by the individual departments. As you can see, right, BIT is Bureau of Information Technology, BOC, Bureau of Corrections. So these are funds that they have with the PFA for their capital projects, and we manage the funds, but we don't manage the projects. So once they submit the proper documentation to us about the expenditures, then we cut the checks and pay. So we've got about $70 million left in capital project funding for various departments and agencies. Next slide. All right, so the PFA debt, this is the debt service on the different bonds. The GRT, the gross receipts tax, we pay about $62.8 million annually in debt service. And this is one reason why switching to a sales tax would be so difficult, because our gross receipts taxes are pledged to support these bonds. So we pledge not to impair those taxes in any manner. So we cannot just make that switch without some negotiation with our bondholders. The matching fund debt, of course, is for fiscal year 2021, $84.9 million. That debt, if you go to the next slide, you'll see that we don't have that. Well, we had it for fiscal year 22, yes, but for fiscal year 23, we won't have that debt. Then the tax increment financing, that's a loan that we did to finance the infrastructure for what is now the Island Crossings Center on St. Croix. That's where the Home Depot is. We financed that infrastructure with tax increment financing. And the Garvey bonds, of course, for a lot of the highway projects that we see going on, including the Melvin Evans Highway and the waterfront, are all Garvey bond projects. Okay, next. Well, the next couple of slides are basically the same thing, but just for the different years. That was fiscal year 21, that's up there, and then you got fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. The difference, as I said, with fiscal year 23 is that we don't have the matching fund debt anymore. All right, and fiscal year 24, of course, yes. So we only have the gross receipts, the tax increment financing, and the Garvey bonds. And of course, we also guarantee a loan to the West Indian Company, WICO. So, but that's the debt service on our outstanding debts. And I believe that would be it for me.
I just want to make sure that people understand that the matching fund debt is not going away. It is being paid through the securitization vehicle, and that money is being paid to the new debt that we're incurring.
Right. We simply switched out the debt from the PFA to this special purpose vehicle. And really the reason for doing that was to create an entity that would be completely separate and apart from the government. And that was necessary for bondholders to give them confidence that the government wouldn't wake up one day, a new governor comes in one day and decides, well, you know what, I'm not going to use that money to pay bonds. I want to use that money to do something else. So we had to create a separate entity and create what is called a true sale of these revenues to this corporation to make it separate and apart from the government, and what we would call would be a bankruptcy remote entity that could issue these bonds and finance those projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Director O'Neill to the stand.
Thank you. So that brings today's Spring Revenue Estimating Conference to a close. We thank you all for your participation and your attention today. Governor Bryan, thank you for spending the entire day with us. We really, really, truly appreciate it. We really missed the LT this time because he always asks all the questions that everybody thinks and doesn't really want to open their mouth and ask. The LT is the one that will bring it out, so we really miss him from today's session. But I really do want to thank especially the two Chambers of Commerce representatives. Really appreciate you participating. Look forward to additional participation as we move forward. The fall conference. Dr. Davies, always great to see you. Thank you very much for that. All of the senators that were here, we thank you all for attending, whether you were on Zoom or you were here in person. To my OMB staff, I thank you all. To my fellows, especially all of the fellows, we had all 11 of the GVI fellows here today so that they could see the process and understand what it takes for government to run, when government gets its revenues, et cetera. They were all here. A couple of them just left to go to the airport. but they are learning, they are anxious, they're eager to move on to their next rotations as we go through the 2-year process. And I am happy that they were here to spend the day and see how government works. Senator Joseph, you wanted to ask a question before we finalized?
Yes, I do have a burning question. I noted that in most of the presentation, there was projections for fiscal year 2023 and 2024. Is it the position of OMB to submit 2 budgets this year again?
It is a position for OMB and the government of the Virgin Islands to submit 2 years, yes, because it helps with planning. And as you see, we get everyone to present their numbers for 2 years so that we know how to proceed and what to look forward to in the next 2 fiscal years. 1 year of planning obviously does not help us. Things are turning, twisting all the time. There's a lot of changes. We need to be aware of all projects that are coming in this year, next year, and the 2 years after that. So as long a period as possible, we intend to continue to do 2-year budgets moving forward. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have another question. I did not see the presentation. I don't know if I went to the restroom from Commissioner of Finance, Bosede Bruce.
There was no presentation today from Commissioner Bruce. We will get that if there is a prepared one and share it with everyone.
Okay, thank you kindly.
You're welcome. I will now allow the governor to give the final closing remarks for today. Thank you again on behalf of OMB and my OMB team. Governor Bryan.
I didn't, good afternoon, and thank you everybody who spent the whole day with us. This is the longest I've ever been in one spot, even including my bed, sitting here today, but it was a lot of information. I spoke to, first of all, let's give OMB a big round of applause. They do a great job. I think when you look at the budget books and you see the stuff, the work that OMB is doing, it is head and shoulders above anything we've ever seen before. And I could tell you because the budget book is one of my favorite things, right, Sean? I have the budget books going all the way back like 2012 and stuff. I just look at them. It's the most underrated wealth of information in the government. If you have a chance, you could download your copy from OMB. But we still have more money than this because 2 important departments weren't here. They're not. One of them is education. Education has $20 million of projects in each district just for AC, air quality, and bathroom retrofits. And then they have another $139 million in program that they got to get out within the next 3 years. You should be seeing more information come out about that. The other project that is not, other entity that's not here is VINGN. They have like about $60 million worth of projects. Right now, we are rolling out our Broadband Everywhere project. So most of the housing communities already have free 5 megabit broadband coverage. Those are going to extend to libraries, parks, public areas, beaches, until we have broadband everywhere in the Virgin Islands. It's one of my other dream come through things along with the financial fellows that everyone can have at least access to 5 megabit broadband. We also have a $10 million IO Academy, and that is a partnership with Microsoft, putting innovation centers in all our schools. Plus they have another, I would say about a $20 million upgrade to all of their systems. You know, that was put in 2010 or 11, 12, somewhere around that with ARPA funds. All that equipment is old. They're going to be changing out that as well and doing some other fun, fantastical things with broadband companies in the VI. So look out for that. Lots of money coming through the territory. Make sure you're a part of it. So we should see a lot of revenue next year and the year and John would say 5 years, but I think we have like 10 years of development, construction, work in the Virgin Islands. But remember, we always have threats like the Ukraine, so it's imperative on us to seize upon the opportunity and take advantage of all this economic development, job creation now. Don't wait for it now. The last senator is here. I'll send it to the legislature. You know, we have other opportunities. We still have the Delaware business plan that allows businesses to incorporate in the Virgin Islands at the rate that they're doing with the laws of Delaware. That's still before you. We have the $20 to $40 million in cannabis, which may be legalized nationally before we get a chance to make some money here. We have the downtown centers that need to be done too. I would like to thank the legislature for the securitization passing. After 4 times the administration was successful in saving, and we're going to go close, I think, week after next, the worst pension system in the country. We will be successful in saving that, so thank you for that. And yesterday, after 15 years, we have an approval on the fire EMS merger. So thank you for that as well, too. Look like the second legislature is a charm that I have to deal with, but I'd like to thank all of you for your continued support, you on TV land and Facebook land, too, for your support. And I look forward to getting these things done next year and this year. Have a great evening. Thank you.